Stacey was part of a delegation that met the King in 2023, and he joins me now from Hagersville, Ontario. Firstly, hello to you on this beautiful, beautiful sunny day, and I am so curious how that meeting with the King that you had came to be.
Well, so if you recall, when I was chief, I had sort of a history of making agreements and signing alignments and friendships with people, regions, cities. And so we thought, well, let's go visit the UK, another country, and see what's possible. So we set out there, and we really went to raise the profile of the Mississauga Nation is my key message for number one. The second reason was to obviously talk a bit about the treaties, but the third reason was to build relationships in another country. I envision someday maybe having a Anishinaabe or a Indigenous ambassador in the country. So those are the reasons we went, and I must say that it rained on us the whole time we were visiting the King.
I suspect that probably didn't dampen the conversation, though. What was that conversation like with him?
Well, people have asked me that a number of times about the royal family, because I've met so many of them through the course of my career, and I say they're always polite, they're always engaging, they're so respectful. It's like, and they always ask me, are they sincere? I said, they seem sincere, but they've also been raised in an environment like this their entire life. So our conversation with the King went for about, 7 minutes each. He talked to everybody in the delegation. I talked a bit about the Treaty of Niagara, as I had brought a wampum belt with me to present to him that he was going to return last year. So that wampum belt has come back. So I think, him coming over in this time sends a really soft but much needed message to our neighbors. And it sends a message to Canada too about unity, inclusion, and working together. And quite frankly, I think that the Crown coming to Canada is a nice message from that perspective. But keep in mind that the Crown gets as much from Canada as we get from them. There have never been more staunch allies, so this is actually good for both sides to do this. Now, I think that his trip will be great, but I think that he should either engage with Indigenous people on this trip or schedule a time to come back specifically to talk to Indigenous people. Look, a lot of people talk about, well, he didn't sign the treaties with the Indigenous people, his ancestors did. The fact of the matter is, if Canada is acting as a delivery mechanism for the Crown, that does not, take away the responsibilities. See, his ancestors and my ancestors sat across from each other in honesty and made agreements and relationships, and that's important. And there's nothing that can allow you to get away from that obligation. It's something that's carried on generation after generation.
So how do you see that relationship carrying on into the present?
I think that what would be best is if he could make an opportunity to come back, talk to the Indigenous people, whether it's the national body of the AFN or a regional body, it's on Ontario, that would be Chiefs of Ontario, or he could actually go to one of the 3 royal chapels that exist in Ontario, that exist in Canada. So the first is the one for the Mohawks of Tyendinaga. The second is the one in Brantford for the relationship with the Six Nations. And the third one is in relationship for the Indigenous Anishinaabe people, and that's in Toronto. All our royal chapels that signify the relationship that bound them together. So I think coming back and having those discussions about the past, the present, and the future with Indigenous people, is the perfect way to go for him.
Indeed. Stacey Laforme, thank you very much. Appreciate speaking with you today. Take care.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
So we are expecting the plane to land in about 9 minutes for Charles's first visit to Canada as monarch. But over his 64 years as Prince of Wales, he visited often. From young man to husband to father and now to monarch, Canadians have been welcoming Charles for decades.
During his offhand exchanges with a number of curious youngsters, Charles demonstrated his now characteristic poise.
His early visits in the 70s as Prince of Wales were action-packed, hanging out with Canadian teens, diving into Arctic waters.
Prince Charles got a real taste of the North.
Even tasting seal meat. By 1977, he was standing in for the Queen at the 100th anniversary reenactment of the signing of Treaty 7 in Alberta.
I wish you all the very best of luck for the next 100 years.
His cross-country tour in the 80s drew huge crowds with Princess Diana by his side.
And I have an opportunity to introduce my wife to a large number of Canadians.
Diana's magnetism was clear, but not everyone showed up just for her. The 90s saw another addition. The young princes, William and Harry, joined him on 3 different visits, the last just after Diana's death. Then in 2009, Charles arrived in a different era with Camilla now by his side.
How deeply touched my wife and I are by your most generous words of welcome.
She too has quickly become a familiar face to Canadians, joining every visit since, including today's. I have to say, I cannot get enough of the archival footage. You know, those pictures, Carolyn, of in the 70s of Prince Charles here in Canada, as he was then. The Brits used to call him Action Man.
Yes.
For all that he did. Can you take us back to that era, sort of the climate in which he was arriving? What was happening then that made that matter?
Well, Prince Charles's very first visit to Canada was in 1970 with his parents, Queen Elizabeth II and Prince Philip, and his sister, Princess Anne. And they traveled to Manitoba in the Northwest Territories, and it was the 100th anniversary of the province of Manitoba, the creation of the Northwest Territories. So there was an anniversary that they were marking by being there, but they traveled to Arctic towns that had never received a royal visit before, such as Tuktoyaktuk and what is now Iqaluit. And that sent a very strong message about Canada's sovereignty over the Arctic during the Cold War, as there were concerns about how sparsely populated the Arctic was at that time with Cold War tensions. So having a big, high-profile royal visit with the king, with the future king, his mother, Queen Elizabeth II, Prince Philip, Princess Anne, that sent a very strong message of Canadian sovereignty. And there were headlines around the world. The New York Times reported that Queen Elizabeth II was meeting her Inuit subjects.
Okay, thank you. Nothing is accidental, nothing is coincidental, but any of these visits. I just want to draw your attention and the attention of everyone watching to the screen. So no need to call a cab when you arrive as King and Queen. Your ride will absolutely be there. So what you're seeing now is part of the pool from the household, from the journalists, both here in Canada, arriving to receive the King and Queen. Catherine Cullen is certainly on the ground there and is getting a sense of who is waiting. So Catherine, can you sort of give us a sense of the scene where you are right now?
Yeah, there is a feeling certainly that the King and Queen's arrival are imminent. I don't know if you can hear, Adrian. Canadian Armed Forces Band has been playing for a few minutes now, getting prepared for their arrival. Obviously, we saw the arrival of the Prime Minister just a few moments ago, his wife as well, waiting for the arrival of the Governor General. I see more vehicles here. I'm not sure if that's what's happening right at this moment. You can also see, in fact, let's see, is this the Governor General arriving right now? You can certainly also feel that the security presence has increased over the course of the last few minutes. There will be quite a contingent here, understandably, to greet the King and the Queen when they arrive in the country, particularly because it is, as we have been discussing, Charles's first visit here as the King of Canada. We can expect a lot of pageantry as he arrives at the airport, be it from members of the RCMP who will be greeting him, members of the Canadian Armed Forces who will also be offering their greetings. The international media is on some risers right behind me. We could see many camera crews from Canada, but yes, also from the BBC international media here, waiting to see the moment where Charles first sets foot on Canadian soil as the King of Canada. I think heightened attention to that, as we have been discussing throughout the program so far, because of this tension with the United States and this desire on the part of the Canadian government that they send a message about Canada's institutions, Canada's sovereignty.
Indeed, it's going to be interesting to see the coverage because, every broadcaster or newspaper will look at it through the lens of where they're coming from, that the Americans will certainly have some things to say, that the Brits were kind of curious about, oh, look at the very Canadian things he's doing. He'll be dropping a puck at a hockey game. They were sort of enchanted by that. So it'll be interesting to see that coverage. As Catherine has said, this will be the King's first time opening the Canadian Parliament. The pool footage that you're looking at on the screen, by the way, that is likely the arrival of the Governor General. It is the Governor General who is typically the person who reads the speech from the throne. But in the past, the sovereign has been here before to carry out that duty personally. It's happened, but it's rare.
Today, Ottawa is the capital of the empire.
In 1939, on a cross-country tour, King George VI made a stop in Ottawa to give royal assent to several bills in person. But it took until 1957 for a sitting monarch to open Canadian Parliament for the very first time.
Her Majesty the Queen and His Royal Highness the Prince Philip.
Queen Elizabeth II read the speech from the throne on her first visit here as monarch.
Growing reinforcement and enrichment from many lands and peoples have given Canada a national character peculiarly her own.
20 years later, she did it again. As part of her Silver Jubilee Tour.
I have always been full of admiration for what Canada is. The new generation fill me with confidence for what Canada can become.
That visit in 1977 was the last time the sovereign read the speech from the throne. But of course, that's about to change. So we are talking history in unique and challenging times. And at a time like this one, you almost need to talk with someone who sees the big historical picture. So who better to bring in for a moment like this than Canada's very own Margaret Macmillan, a renowned historian, a professor at the University of Oxford and the University of Toronto, a good friend of ours, recently appointed by King Charles III to the Order of Merit. Margaret, first of all, that is fantastic. Congratulations for that. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Well, it came as a great surprise. I got a phone call, which I thought was a joke, saying, can you call the King's private secretary? And I thought, oh, yeah, it's one of my brothers playing a joke again. And I did call the number, and he said, oh, just want to let you know that you've been awarded the Order of Merit. It's an extraordinary honor, and I was absolutely, for once, silent. I couldn't think of a thing to say.
I can't imagine that. Can you tell us about meeting the King and your interactions with him?
He's very good at what he does. I mean, he's had an awful lot of practice. He's very good with people. He talks, he chats, he makes sure that he talks to everyone in the room, and they've got a very professional staff. When I went to get my Order of Merit, which was in 2022, there was an extremely nice young staff, including a very nice young woman from Peterborough, who'd been working in the palace, and they're really professional. They managed it all very well, and it was quite something. It's one of those things I'll remember.
And can we shift to sort of this moment, because many people have suggested, we're in a world that is rapidly shifting, a changing world order. You've studied the 20th century intimately. I'm curious what you make of this period that we're in.
I think we're living through a time of great change. I don't think we know where it's going to go, but clearly things will not go back to being the way they were. We're seeing a world order which was built up during the Second World War, established at the end of the Second World War, which has served us fairly well with international institutions and a fair degree of international cooperation. We've had our problems, goodness knows. And I think that's now changing, and we're not sure what it's going to look like. We're seeing the United States, which used to be our friend, which is not behaving in a friendly way at the moment.
As we speak, Margaret, we're watching pictures of students get to the fence at the airport. Nothing happens by happenstance here. They've been invited to greet the king, and I'm curious. What do you read into the king coming to Canada to read the speech from the throne right now?
Oh, I think the timing is crucial. I mean, symbols matter in life. We know that. We have ceremonial occasions in our own lives, weddings, funerals, christenings, and I think they matter in international relations. And the fact that the king is coming to open Parliament at a time when Canadian sovereignty is under threat, I think is a symbol. And I think it's a gesture. Gestures can matter. And I hope it will be noticed in the White House, south of the border, that Canada is somehow different. It's not the 51st state of the United States. It has its own traditions, and this is a symbol of those traditions.
If there's a prospect of reward here, does that also mean there's a potential for risk?
There's always risk in any sort of international relations, and I suppose the risk for us is that it might annoy President Trump. He might see us perhaps as in some way defying him, but I think we've already shown quite clearly that we don't want to be the 51st state. And it's quite proper and right that the king should come to Canada. It's still part of the Commonwealth. It still recognizes the monarch. And so I think if it causes annoyance, really my view is that's too bad.
Okay. All right. Margaret, really lovely to see you and to hear from you. And I'll be so curious to see how you think this all went at the end of Tuesday. You take care.
Thank you.
Cheers. So why don't we head out to that very busy airport again? Because it looks like things are ramping up. We can see the Governor General, Mary Simon, and her husband, Whit Fraser, greeting those students. Why don't we just have a listen here, and then we'll go talk to Catherine Cullen. All right, so Catherine, you can see what's happening. We can really only hear the band at this point. What do you make of what's going on right now?
Yeah, this is a sense that the excitement is starting to build, Adrian, with the Governor General and her husband shaking the hands of students from various schools from the Ottawa, Gatineau area who have come to meet the King and Queen. I don't want to pick on any particular subject, but probably better than an afternoon of arithmetic, being out in the beautiful sun and having a chance to meet Canada's King. And you can see walking by me just now, Sydney Woodhouse-Nepenak, the Grand Chief of the Assembly of First Nations, in a beautiful headdress. Again, the Canadian media, international media, watching carefully as all of this happens. And you can hear the central band of the Canadian Armed Forces playing throughout this. The Canadian Dragoons are just outside of where you can see the shot right now on that's up on your screens, in their striking red uniforms and gold helmets. So there's quite a setup here, preparing to greet the King and Queen. As you might imagine, there's the head of the AFN on your screens now. So everybody preparing for this arrival, this significant moment. Again, we can't say it enough, the first time that the King is arriving in Canada in his role as king. It was in 2022 that he was last year as Prince Charles. Actually covered that visit as well. But the circumstances have changed so dramatically. Yes, certainly, because he is the king now, but also for this country. The way we talk about our national sovereignty, the way we talk about our national symbols, the tenor of that has changed under the pressure of Donald Trump. And thus, this visit takes on a different meaning. They are, as you have said, Adrian, exceptional. These moments where the king delivers the speech from the throne, or previously the queen delivered the speech from the throne, or opens Parliament, they are historic. And so for these students today, it's a lot better than just missing a class that they may or may not enjoy. It's also a moment that they will remember for years to come. Even if there may not be widespread excitement across the country, it's a pretty striking moment for these students. It's fun, I think, to think about the teachers as well, who, when you decided that you were heading into a career in teaching, there were a lot of great things you wanted to do. You might not have expected that this is something that would wind up being on your bingo card. So a nice day for folks who can take part in this particular exercise.
Yeah, no kidding. So I gather, I think we're about 4 minutes out from that flight arriving, and I'm just looking at this astonishingly beautiful day and thinking about what a rotten winter it has been in Canada. And Carolyn, I have come to understand this is not an accident.
Royal visits tend to take place in the spring and summer around Victoria Day weekend, which is also the Sovereign's official birthday in Canada. That's a popular time for royal visits, as is celebrating Canada Day. As when Charles and Camilla visited in 2009, it was November, and the crowds didn't come out to the same degree. And one of the reasons for that was the miserable November weather, that for a royal visit to be a big success, for the crowds to gather, we need the beautiful weather that we're getting this week.
No kidding. We all need this weather this week. I feel like a mole blinking into the sunlight after the winter. According to Flight Radar, apparently, 12,000 users are tracking this flight right now. This is one hotly watched plane, this Royal Canadian Air Force plane. I think it's an Airbus CC-330. This is one of, several of the planes that the RCAF has. Effectively, that plane flew over to pick up the King and Queen and bring them home, as it were. Why don't we just have a little listen here? So the plane is currently on approach. As we understand it, you can't see it now. We often do this as a country, eh? We sort of wait for things to land, and people to arrive. And
yes, that feeling of anticipation.
And I understand, as I'm looking at the clock, I'm imagining they are effectively keeping the King and Queen on British time, because the schedule today is quite short.
Yes, we have events today and events tomorrow. And so I think there's efforts to keep King Charles III and Queen Camilla on a British schedule. Back in the days of multi-week whistle-stop tours by train, there was a lot more time to adjust to the jet lag. But these shorter targeted tours by plane, it's easier to stay on British time.
And, there was supposed to be a visit, a fuller visit, last May, but unfortunately the King was ill and he couldn't come. So as I understand it, there is a bigger visit for Canada and then the United States planned for next year. They often pair up together.
Yes, all the way back to 1860 when Queen Victoria's son, the future Edward VII, visited British North America and opened the Victoria Bridge in Montreal and then traveled on to the United States. Often we see a Canadian tour followed by a visit to the United States, with Niagara Falls being a popular place for the handover of the royal family. A lot of royals have been to Niagara Falls over the centuries.
Haven't we all?
Yep.
It's a rite of passage here. And Catherine Cullen, if you're still listening and if you're still with us, back at the airport, what are you seeing? Who will be greeting the King and Queen? Like, what, as viewers, what can we expect to see?
First and foremost, of course, the Governor General and her husband, Prime Minister Mark Carney, and his wife will be there as well. We're looking at the National Chief, Sydney Woodhouse-Nepenak, the National Chief of the Assembly of First Nations. You'll see Natan Obet of Inuit Taparit Kanatami, the Inuit organization, the President of the Métis National Council, a variety of officials. It is interesting, Adrian. I was just speaking a few moments ago to a senior Canadian official about this visit and saying, what, can you give me any additional information about what's happening? And one thing this individual was saying to me is that it was really the palace that asked for as many opportunities as possible to interact with the public, places where the public would be invited to come. So for instance, the ceremonial tree planting later today at Rideau Hall, the Governor General's residence, also the residence of the Sovereign the home of Sovereign when they are in Canada, as many opportunities as possible to meet with Canadians. And some of the very first Canadians who don't hold prestigious office, but will still get the chance to perhaps interact with the King and Queen, are these school children. We see they're standing right behind me now. Another interesting thing that we were discussing is the speech from the throne will be given in French and English. Now, anybody who is in any way a student of the king would not necessarily be surprised by this. He gave a historic speech, an address to the French Senate, en français, évidemment, not very long ago, the first time the British monarch has ever addressed the French Senate in such a way. But for tomorrow, as people are waiting to hear the speech from the throne, yes, in both official languages. And you can hear some drumming beginning, Adrian. Another way in which the king is being greeted in just mere moments.
And there it is. So they're here. The King and Queen have come home to Canada. Of course, he is the King of Canada. That's on that Royal Canadian Air Force CC-330, which has flown over, relatively new plane, flown over to fetch the King and Queen. And so they're arriving at something called Hangar 11 at the Ottawa airport. And that is, of course, where that waiting party will greet them. As this plane comes in, I was just thinking about what you were saying, Catherine, about the symbolism of the moment. And certainly we all have touched on the idea that the White House will be watching this very carefully. But you spoke with the U.S. ambassador to Canada, and you asked him about this visit. And I thought what he said to you was interesting. Yes. Can you walk us through it?
Yeah, so I had an interview with Pete Hoekstra. He's the new U.S. ambassador to Canada. We sat down last Thursday, and I asked him about the king coming. We know that Donald Trump is a fan of the royal family. He's quite taken with I think some of the pageantry and the ceremony, as well as perhaps the individuals who make up that institution. And so I said to him, well, what are you thinking about this visit from the king, the speech from the throne, its significance? And he said, listen, I know you guys are trying to send a message. It's very nice that the king is coming. He said, but there are easier ways to send a message. That Mark Carney could talk to Pete Hoekstra himself, the ambassador, that Mark Carney could talk to Donald Trump. This is not necessarily the way to send a message, he suggests. And above and beyond that, he says, hey, Canadians, move on. It's time to get over this 51st state talk. Now, I think on the one hand, many Canadians might be pleased to hear the ambassador's suggestion that talk of the 51st state is, in his words, over, done. And although he is not saying, Adrian, that this is not something that the President of the United States is ever going to talk about again, he's only saying this is not where the focus should be. It's time for the relationship to move on. It was, let's face it, a threat, a taunt, however you choose to view it, a slight against Canadians. The extent to which the ambassador gets to decide when Canadians move on, not entirely clear to me, but that is his point of view and something to consider. But the idea that this sends a message to Trump, I think, is not insignificant. I think, though, it is important to remember that ultimately the primary audience for this visit, it is Canadians. Yes,
Catherine, I just want
to
interrupt for a second, because you're seeing a flag flying out the cockpit. That is the King's standard while he is in Canada. So he has a particular flag for when he is in Canada, and it has on the bottom of it, and we will eventually get another shot of it, 3 maple leaves sort of on the horizontal part of the bottom of that flag. So it's kind of a lovely touch there to see the King's standard peeking out of that cockpit window. Back to your point about the U.S. ambassador, I was, as you were describing it, I was thinking about people in personal relationships. No one ever really likes it when someone else tells them to move on.
Get over it.
That doesn't always land well. Geopolitically, I don't think there's any difference necessarily.
But nonetheless, Adrian, I think, again, it is important to remember that the primary audience for this visit, yes, it is about the Canada-U.S. relationship, but more fundamentally, it is about Canada. It's about our institutions, and it is about a message to the Canadian people that the Prime Minister is, and the King as well, are trying to send about how we have our own particular set of customs and institutions, and this is an opportunity to learn about them. Yes, it's a time for pageantry and you know, a fun day, afternoon off school for these kids, but it is more fundamentally about what it means to be Canadian and the institutions that bind us.
What a fantastic shot. So as they pull up to Hangar 11, this is also called the Canadian Reception Centre. Effectively, it's an old Air Force hangar from the old CFB uplands. Now it's a Global Affairs Canada facility that sort of, this is where the Prime Minister leaves on big trips, where world leaders come. We've seen President Obama come through here, President Bush, etc. Sometimes it's used by the Canadian Armed Forces as they head off to peacekeeping missions and whatnot. I think people like you, Catherine, know that airstrip very well. Even people like me, who's traveled with the troops on various, certainly missions overseas, peacekeeping missions, have seen it. But it's certainly spruced up today for this moment.
And it's sort of lovely, Adrian, watching everyone around me, every person in the vicinity with their eyes trained on that plane. This is the moment they have been waiting for, whether it's the Canadian Dragoons who are, you know, preparing to formally greet the Sovereign, or all of these students and their teachers getting ready to say hello. Everyone is watching like a hawk as the King prepares to step on Canadian soil as the King for the very first time.
Indeed, and again, I go back to that visit that didn't happen last year, and I think people were certainly worried about him and worried about his health. You know, so that he's here now, that he seems in good shape, that it's a beautiful sunny day, and that this is a short visit, but in no way being suggested that this is the only visit Canada will get. There is another one planned in the works.
And Adrian, I should say, walking by me right now, the contingent that is preparing to greet the King. I see the Governor General. Hello, Prime Minister. How are you feeling, sir? He says he's feeling great, and it is a lovely day, Adrian. You heard it here first. But all of the officials who are coming to greet the King, and you know what? For these folks in particular, Adrian, it is of course a lovely day. Like seeing the Canadian officials is one thing, but the individuals. I saw the young woman who's holding a bouquet of flowers that she will present to the royals as they arrive. It is a special day for them.
Good on you for shouting out a question, Catherine. You can never take the reporter
stop me,
out of
Adrian.
you. No, I know. It's impossible.
But yeah, so you can see here, I'm just trying to look at the shot that all of you are seeing as well. Just in front of those stairs, a large group of Canadian dignitaries awaiting the King, getting ready to say hello and starting. You made the point about the fact that this is a relatively short visit, and of course I will stop speaking when the plane opens, because I think we're all just going to want to take in that moment. But it's a relatively short visit, but the way one official who's helping support this visit explained it to me is that they view the precision of that, the decision to come for just 24 hours, as speaking to the importance of what the King is trying to achieve. This is not something the King does every day, fly halfway across the world for a 24-hour visit, but he felt that it was important, is how Canadian officials hope this is seen. He felt that it was important to show solidarity with Canada at this moment where our sovereignty is being questioned, where there is this discussion about our nationhood. In a way that I have to say, I think you hear over and over again from Canadian politicians that other countries did not initially entirely grasp what this moment meant for Canada, how Canadians felt that they were being stepped upon in some ways.
Indeed. And you mentioned the young woman handing out the flowers. We're going to chat with her after. Keep an eye on Lila Graham. She's 14. This is a child with a huge future, and we'll hear from her a little later. But for the moment, why don't we just take in this moment and watch what happens. So you just saw there the Royal Canadian Dragoons heading out to the plain to greet the King. The King is a colonel-in-chief for the Dragoons. They are the, effectively, if you think of the Canadian Army, the Royal Canadian Dragoons are the senior armored regiment of the Canadian Army. Canadians are still learning about the Prime Minister and his family. That is Diana Fox Carney, of course, the wife of Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney. All right, so everyone is ready. You certainly see the Governor General, the Prime Minister, Cindy Neepanek Woodhouse, Natan Obed, the Royal Canadian Dragoons. This is everyone who needs to be there right now. This is as formal as you can get in Canada for the arrival of the Sovereign. Interesting, Mary Simon, the Governor General, sent out a statement this morning welcoming the King, and the last line of it is, "Welcome home, Your Majesties." And here they are. And I spy with my little eye on Queen Camilla's pink fringe coat dress there, the maple leaf brooch, the famous maple leaf brooch that was worn by Queen Elizabeth II. It was a gift from her father to her mother. It is probably, I think, one of the most important pieces of jewelry of the crown jewels in terms of its meaning to this country. So this dress, this pale pink fringe coat dress, I gather it's made by Anna Valentine, who's a British designer. Are you noticing anything about what the King? I know this sounds superficial to people, and I forgive me for saying this, but there is meaning in this, in what they're wearing.
Yes, there's always interest in the choices of decorations, jewelry, the colors that are being worn, and we're seeing Queen Camilla just out on a lovely spring day in a pale pink, and by wearing a more understated dress, it directs the attention towards her brooch and the jewelry as being the centerpiece of that particular ensemble.
I can't quite see. I presume the King is wearing a red tie. I can't quite make it out, but I'm going to take that leap. There he is, about to meet Nathan Obed, the president of the ITK. They have met many times before.
There's the Lieutenant Governor of Ontario, Edith Dumont.
Just on the right there in blue.
Closest to us.
Closest to us, yes. A lifetime of shaking hands and connecting with people. Everyone we've spoken to who's ever met the King in particular says that his engagement feels real. It feels as if he's done his homework, as if his curiosity is genuine. It feels like something he enjoys doing. We can never know.
As we can see a great deal of warmth in how he's engaging with Canadians. There are many people there who he's met before, who are old friends. There really is a sense of a homecoming, as the Governor General said earlier today.
Catherine, you have a unique perspective there. I'm not sure how much from your view you can actually see with your own eyes or through monitors, but can you give us a sense of the feeling there?
I mean, I think one of the things that's striking, Adrian, is what you can't see on your screen, which is even in a controlled setting like this, the crush of cameras, the number of cameras there, we're getting a bit of a sense of perspective now. Also, another thing that is away from the most direct eyes of the camera is the flag of the sovereign has now been raised here. And the King is moving over, I believe, accompanied by the Governor General to meet, I believe, with some of these school children. But the flag of the sovereign has been raised, which is an indication that the King is here. It is not simply that he is in the country, but rather an indication that he is in the particular institution. And now he's not far from us at all. Let's perhaps take a moment to watch as the King watches this drumming performance. And I can tell you, Adrian, it does look like a red tie.
Okay, good. Thank you. All right. So this is the moment. As he's going to take his time here. We're not expecting him to leave the airport for another half hour-ish or so before he heads to Landsdown Park. So there are lots of kids to greet there. These are children who have been from selected schools that have come to meet him here. I think one of them is Pierre Elliott Trudeau Secondary School, I believe. Do you have a sense, Catherine, of where these students have come from?
From a variety of schools in the Ottawa area. So from Stittsville in suburban Ottawa, I believe one of the schools is from Gatineau as well. Some of these students are actually taking part in the Duke of Edinburgh Challenge, if I'm not mistaken. So they're going to go from here to take part in some hiking, Adrian.
Oh,
so this is really going to be an extraordinary couple of days for them. But obviously this will be a principal highlight, and it's interesting you're watching all the students sort of from my perspective, reaching out their hands, trying to touch the king or have a moment. Even here I'm seeing with Whit Fraser, with the Governor General's husband, the National Chief of the AFN, taking a moment to meet with all of them. And the king himself walking down the line. I mean, I have to say, it really is a remarkable thing to see in person, because while it is these moments, these individual interactions that will be meaningful for these people, that they will remember for the rest of their lives, the broader, if you can zoom out, the broader perspective here, the number of cameras, the sheer number of black SUVs, all of them with their lights flashing, what an enormous undertaking it is when the king arrives, all that goes into what is, in this case, as we have said, scheduled to be less than 24 hours, but one that is full of meaning, a time for Canadians to be thinking about their institutions. Some of the critique of this, I know we've heard from the Parti Québécois, for example, is the idea that this is a foreign king that Canada is calling on, and of course that's not the case. He is the King of Canada. You point to those words by the Governor General, welcome home. We know that Queen Elizabeth talked about seeing Canada as home. And while Canadians certainly have a relationship with Charles, this is 20th visit, the relationship with him as king is being cemented here. I think it's interesting to think too about how this moment has the potential from the royal perspective to help solidify some Canadians' relationship with the monarchy. It is an institution that can feel distant for some Canadians, and at this time that is described even today by Prime Minister Mark Carney as a time of crises, Canadians have been wondering who in the world has their back, and so part of this visit is the message. The King of Canada the stated message is that the King of Canada has Canadians' backs, even if he might not say it in quite such explicit language. It is the subtext of everything that will happen over the next 24 hours.
Indeed. I was thinking about those students you were referencing as well, and it's Pierre Elliott Trudeau Elementary School and École Secondaire Catholique Garneau in Orleans and Sacred Heart Catholic High School in Stittsville, Ontario. And to be part of the Duke of Edinburgh Awards at the time, they've been around forever, is kind of a life-changing experience for a lot of these students. Wouldn't you say, Carolyn, that it sort of forms huge relationships for them?
Yes, this was a program that the late Prince Philip designed so that students would be able to design their own outdoor expeditions that they would plan themselves. So leadership skills, outdoor skills, appreciation for the natural world, all came out of the Duke of Edinburgh's award program. And now we see King Charles III's younger brother, Prince Edward, who's the new Duke of Edinburgh, who often travels, including to Canada, to award those Duke of Edinburgh awards that these students have worked so hard for.
It's fantastic. It's interesting the different perspectives that you get. It looks like these nice intimate meetings until the shot gets wider and reverses, and you realize it looks also a little bit like some organized chaos there, but organized it is, absolutely. And Catherine, once the king has met everyone, so where is he heading to now? What is the plan as you understand it?
The next thing on the agenda would be the visit to Lansdowne, where he's expected to go and see a farmer's market. He'll also be taking part seeing a street hockey demonstration. The big burning question, Adrian, and there may be an answer to this, but I don't know yet. Is it a ball drop or a puck drop?
Oh, this is important.
We will have to wait and see, but I believe he may be involved in the ceremonial puck drop there. Again, the idea here, yes, certainly some of this might speak to some of the interests of the king, the local farmers markets. We know he has an interest in local and organic produce, but also just an opportunity to interact with Canadians. It is, again, a brief visit. He will not be leaving the confines of Ottawa, but it is an opportunity to meet with some of the people in the city. From there, from Landsdown, he will continue on to Rideau Hall, where we have the ceremonial tree planting. He will also have an audience with the Governor General as well as the Prime Minister, meet with other dignitaries, and Camilla will be sworn in as a member of the King's Privy Council of Canada, which will allow her to officially give him advice in his role as King of Canada. So a busy day, full of meetings, full of interactions with at least some Canadians. And then, of course, the real centerpiece of all of this takes place tomorrow when he reads the speech from the throne, putting forward the government's priorities for the upcoming parliamentary session.
Indeed, and as you just saw the King get into that blue BMW there, it sort of along the theme of nothing is accidental, no detail is left to chance. That's an electric vehicle, according to our folks on the ground there who've been chatting with security, and you can see the King's standard while he is in Canada that is flying on the vehicle there. That flag, we see the maple leafs on the bottom. What else is the story of that flag?
Well, that flag is distinctive to King Charles III's role as King of Canada. And over the course of the tour, we're going to be seeing a lot of that kind of symbolism. And it comes out of the time of the Statute of Westminster in 1931, when the distinctive Canadian crown was developed and Canada developed control over its own foreign policy. So we start seeing that those distinctive emblems of the Canadian crown that date from that time and became quite well known at the time of the 1939 Royal Tour.
Indeed. Okay. So as we see the King's convoy leave the Ottawa airport, Catherine Cullen is going to do some hopscotching of her own to get to Rideau Hall. So one last thought from you, my friend, before you head off to Rideau Hall, about your sense of what you just saw, or what we're about to see as well.
Yeah, I would just say, Adrian, it has begun, and there will be so much reading of symbols of each of these interactions, of the messages sent. But I do think it is, again, an opportunity for Canadians to think a little bit about their institutions, what makes our country distinct. We're going to see that on display over the course of the next 24 hours. And if it is an opportunity for some Canadians to think a bit more about what it means to be Canadian, then that's something we can all benefit from, political colors aside.
And your plan, Catherine, for you are the plan for the King is Lansdowne Park. This is his next stop, if you will. But you are heading to Rideau Hall, correct?
That's right, and I'll be speaking to you from there, where we will see, as I was saying earlier, the ceremonial tree planting, meeting with various dignitaries and whatnot. So you're not done with me yet, Adrian. I'll see who else
we don't ever want to be done with you.
Shout a few questions at.
Yeah. Careful, don't cause an international incident, but by all means.
I'll do my best.
Yes, okay, thank you very much. That's Catherine Cullen, who's been at the airport with us, and as you just heard her there, she is off to Rideau Hall. Let's just watch here as the Royal Canadian Dragoons leave.
Help the old ladies. They're very sweet. Have a great day, sir.
All right, so the King has now left. That was Governor General Mary Simon, her husband Whit Fraser, who were in that first vehicle you see there. They're about to be moving off shortly as well to join the King and the Queen for the rest of their visit. This is not going to be a long day. That's a relative term. They did just fly from London, but it's not going to be a particularly long day for the King and Queen. Their official events will be done by early evening. They have an early morning tomorrow, and of course, they'll be flying back to the UK tomorrow night. Carolyn, this is you do this with intentionality, a visit like this.
Yes, as Prince of Wales, King Charles III was famous for not even eating lunch to make sure he could get as many public engagements into each day as possible. So even the shortest royal tours involve multiple stops, meeting numerous people, and having all of those opportunities to forge connections with people from all walks of life. And we're seeing that here in Canada.
And just a reminder, we have said it, but it's worth reminding people, none of this is the King's idea. None of this comes from a suggestion from Buckingham Palace. This sort of visit can only happen at the invitation of the Prime Minister. And the speech that you will hear tomorrow, the throne speech, will not be the words of King Charles. It'll be the words of the government. He really has no say in that speech itself. It's the act of him reading it, the imagery of him being here that is what speaks volumes. That's the loud part of this trip. But in terms of his words, don't expect to hear personal opinions on anything. I mean, we will of course be listening for any interactions we can. We will be speaking with people who've met him. We're about to speak with Lila Graham, the young woman who delivered the flowers. But if people are expecting a very loud statement from the king, that's not going to come.
Mm-hmm. He's a constitutional monarch, and he acts on the advice of his prime minister in Canada. And of course, when he's in the United Kingdom and the other Commonwealth realms, he acts on the advice of the prime ministers there. So he is head of state rather than head of government, which is the role of the prime minister.
Indeed. Well, thank goodness for sunny days and kind temperatures. These are the little things that are big things on a visit like this one. Why don't we bring in Nathan Obed now, the president of the ITK, which is an organization that does outreach and advocacy for Inuit. He was right there on the tarmac welcoming the King and Queen. Thank you so much for joining us. We were watching you there, craning to see if we could listen. What was that welcome like for you?
Well, it was really good to see the King. He's had some health issues and since our last visit, so I was able to just convey my well wishes to Canada. I said Tungasugit, so welcome, and also just said great to see him again. He mentioned that it's already been 2 years since our last meeting, so and we talked about looking forward to having a sit down later this afternoon. It was nice to be able to greet him and also to greet Queen Camilla as well.
That's fantastic. Does it sometimes surprise you when he knows details quite that precise?
Well, he's got a great team, and I'm sure that he's been briefed extensively. But I do have a little bit of an inside in that the Governor General, Mary Simon, is somebody that I've known my whole life, and between her and Whit, I'm sure that I've been mentioned a couple of times when perhaps in other cases I wouldn't.
Indeed, job done. Well done, you. Can we talk about your meeting with the King ahead of his coronation? Can you take us to Buckingham Palace and tell us what those interactions were like there?
Well, at the time, it seemed like a really exceptional moment to be able to put reconciliation and Indigenous people's issues at the very front of the King's new agenda. And he's pledged to work on reconciliation. He's somebody that's been an advocate for climate change. And so to be able to be there around coronation and talk about what that might look like and put the positions that Inuit have forward was a remarkable opportunity that we had. we still think of it the same way, in that the relationship with the king and with the crown is not only practical through our treaties and our association with Canada as a nation state, but it also is ambitious in that we can look forward and imagine doing more together.
Well, let's talk about the forward. I mean, he's made a point as Prince visiting the North, visiting with Inuit, First Nations, Métis people. That relationship, what do you see it looking like in the future?
Well, the last time I had an audience with the king, we talked about repatriation, and in museums across the United Kingdom, there still are Inuit human remains and other items that we would like to see repatriated. And we understand that he doesn't have the authority to ensure that these things happen, but he has a convening power. And we're hoping to work with him and with his office to ensure that we can convene those spaces to talk about repatriation. Also, a lot of what the Governor-General does here in Canada and what the King does is celebrate excellence, or to introduce important concepts to the world. So we're hoping to work with the King moving forward on the items like climate change and issues like the Arctic, and of course the work that still is to come on reconciliation writ large. It is worthy of noting that there's only the Canadian Arctic as an Arctic region of the Commonwealth. And I'll impress that upon that to him again today to talk about the importance of Canada and Inuit Nunangat, the Inuit homeland, within the Commonwealth itself.
Indeed. Nathan Obed, thank you very much for talking to us at the edge of the tarmac there. Looking forward to seeing you later on today as well. Thank you.
Yeah, always great to chat, Adrian.
Take care. So we want to take you over to Landsdown Park now. There they are. There are the hockey players waiting for the King to drop the puck. I feel like it's going to be he drops a ball, not a puck. But I could be wrong. I might put my pennies on that. But I do want to connect you with someone who is there for us, someone who is very familiar to audiences in Ottawa, and a good friend of ours, Omar Debegi Pacheco. Omar, it's always great to see you. You've got a pretty good view there, my friend.
I do, and you know, it's interesting because in the last hour and a half or so, this place has really started to fill in. We've been here for a few hours now. Dancing groups that came by, they're kind of setting up, getting in position. Indigenous dancers, Indian dancers, Mexican folklore groups. We've got, like you mentioned, the hockey. The theme here is very much community and culture. This Lansdowne, of course, being a hub of culture. You can see some of the groups back there. We're about, a 10-minute drive from the airport. So the first stop, this will be the stop where the King can really get up close and personal with people. It'll be one of those stops, maybe the stop, where people get the chance to get as close to a king as many will ever be. I was speaking to some of the people in this crowd, which I got to say, what you can't see perhaps, or the camera might not transmit as well, is that this is packed. This is a farmer's market at times. It is like there's people that just have crowded in here in the last hour. Speaking of some of them, there's your Royal fans, people who are just excited about the Royals in general. There's people who are just really curious, right? I mean, the chance to get up close with the King, obviously interesting. And there's people who maybe came out here and wouldn't have otherwise, but told me in chatting with them that, it was really the opportunity to be part of something that for them felt symbolic in the moment, and that symbolism felt important given, events of the moment right now. We can kind of see the police officers on horseback kind of gearing up behind the camera over there, and everybody here prepared to line up to meet the King. I was speaking with I mentioned it's a farmer's market. That's a cause close to the King's heart, organic farming in particular. I was speaking to some of the vendors who are poised to meet the King. And it was kind of funny because I would say, what do you say to the King, right? You're going to show him some maple syrup. I don't think he's allowed to taste it. Correct me if I'm wrong, but they said, I don't know. What do you say to a king? I'm just going to nod and smile. So some nervousness and a lot of excitement around here.
Fantastic. So firstly, that food looks delicious. I don't know if I'm just absurdly hungry, but what a beautiful looking market that is. You're in a great spot. I hope he does try the maple syrup. And you ask a very good question. You know, what do you say to a king? How do you even prepare for that? What does a successful interaction look like? So as he meets people throughout this visit, we all have that question, what's that like? And so we asked somebody who knows what this is like personally to sort of walk us through this sort of experience. Gillian Crawford runs a sheep farm with her family. And Gillian, you met the king back when he was a prince in 2014. You got to introduce him to part of your flock. I know you're in River John, Nova Scotia. We're about to watch so many Canadians do what you did just about 11 years ago. What were you feeling just before you met then Prince Charles?
Well, excited, of course, and honored to be given the chance to have a chat with him and meet him.
When you started out sheep farming, I suppose it never occurred to you that it would lead to you meeting the king, or did you sense that sort of you had kindred interests there?
No, I don't think anyone thinks they're going to have the chance to meet the king, especially not a sheep farmer in Canada. So it was quite a surprise.
So why did that happen? How is it that you were invited to show him your sheep?
Well, he was coming for various reasons to Canada, but one of the reasons was to launch the Campaign for Wool, of which he is a patron and is still a patron. And it's an international organization, but because this was the first time it was being launched in Canada, he was coming to be part of it. And originally we thought it was going to happen at the Halifax Seaport Market. So we had been invited to take some sheep and be there and meet him there. But then the event got switched to Pictou waterfront. So my husband and daughter went to Halifax Market with sheep, and my son and I went to the Pictou Market, the Pictou waterfront with sheep, and a crew of our friends with some weavers and spinners involved. And it was the launch of the Campaign for Wool, as well as a chance for him to visit Pictou and meet some other people there as well.
And how did it go? How did that day go?
It went very well, very well. A lot of anticipation, a lot of waiting around for all the protocol and things to happen, but it was very, very exciting. I was part of a receiving line with someone from the Wool Growers of Canada, the Campaign for Wool, and another sheep farmer. And he walked through the line and had a little chat with everybody.
Do you remember what you said to him?
Well, I do remember, Adrian, because I wasn't thinking I'd have a chance to say very much at all. I thought it would be a handshake and a hello. But he asked about our farm and what breed of sheep we have on our farm and how big our farm was. And then he asked about our wool and what we do with our wool. And I told him that we have a shop on the farm where we sell all our finished products, and that we have blankets that we sell that are woven in Canada. So he was quite interested, and we had a back and forth conversation, and he wanted to know a bit more about the whole operation. And it was sincere. You know, he looked me in the face, and he answered directly, and I answered him. So it wasn't just I thought, a informal conversation. Mm-hmm. He really was interested in what I was saying, or so I thought, or he gave that impression.
Right, that is such a consistent response we get from people. And as you look at this visit now, what are you thinking?
Well, I'm thinking of all the lucky people, I guess, that do get to meet him. Happy that he's back again in Canada, of course, and because we know he has an interest in farming and agriculture, that's always good to see that he's here, and no doubt we'll connect with some people in that field again during this trip. And it reinforces the connection we have with the monarchy here in Canada. So
how are the sheep holding?
Many reasons it's good he's coming.
How are the sheep holding up behind you there? I see them sort of being very polite and kind of hanging out.
Well, if you'd come an hour ago, you would have heard a lot of baaing and bleating. But we gave them a little bit of food, and like everybody else, give them some food, and they're quiet. So I think they're behaving very well.
This is an excellent life strategy. Producers use that with me as well. Just throw her some food and she'll be quiet.
It works. Yeah.
Jillian, thanks very much. Good. I appreciate that.
Good. And
take care.
And I hope you have a chance to meet him, Adrian. Thanks, bye.
Wouldn't that be amazing? That would be amazing. Thank you.
Oh, good. Yeah, all right. Thank you.
So here we go. There's Lansdowne Park again. Oh, I see a fascinator. That is the first fascinator I have seen today. Oh, and a little baby fascinator going on there. so this is fantastic. People who obviously have planned to be there, some who may have stumbled into the park not realizing what was happening, but had decided to stay anyway. Carolyn, as we look at these pictures, Lansdowne, there's always a story to why places are named certain things. What's the story here?
Oh, yes. Lansdowne Park is named for Governor General Lord Lansdowne. He was Governor General of Canada from 1883 to 1888, and he was the first Governor General to travel on the Canadian Pacific Railway, and he was supposed to drive the last spike, but he had to be back in Ottawa because of the trial of Louis Riel. So a lot of very historic events were happening in the 1880s, and Lord Lansdowne was there for that. And we're also seeing the Aberdeen Pavilion as well, named for another Governor General, Lord Aberdeen, in the 1890s, whose wife, Lady Aberdeen, was famous for her work with the Victorian Order of Nurses and the National Council of Women in Canada.
I love what you know. I love someone who has an area of expertise that you're passionate about as well. So we're watching the hockey players surely getting a little hot there in their helmets and jerseys, and certainly the King's convoy is approaching. I think we have a moment though to take a chance here. I think so. I'd really like to introduce you to someone very quickly, Lila Graham, who just met the King and Queen. Lila is the young woman, the 14-year-old, who handed them flowers. Congratulations to you, Lila. Can I just say,
so much.
Can I just say for Canadians who don't know much about you yet, that I think you're fantastic and you have a huge future. Lila is a young woman who, at the age of 4, started saying, I don't need birthday presents. I want to raise money for food banks instead. How was it that you came to meet the King and Queen?
Well, I received my Coronation Medal back in March, and they invited me today to give flowers to Her Majesty.
Amazing. And what was it like doing that?
Absolutely incredible. They're so nice, and I was so nervous, obviously, but it was an incredible experience.
Had you planned out what it is you were going to say?
Yeah, me and my parents were rehearsing in the car ride over. I was shaking their hands and making sure I didn't, word vomit everywhere.
And so what did they say to you?
Well, I had the flowers in my hand, and he greeted me and he said hello. And then he's like, are those for my wife? And I said, yes. And then he said, thank you so much, and incredible that the medal came in time.
That's great. And Lila, you're one of the youngest people to ever receive that medal. As you and I are talking, Lila, I just want to point out that what people at home are seeing is that the King and Queen have arrived at Lansdowne. So if you bear with me for 1 second, don't go anywhere. We're just going to listen to see if we can hear anything, and then you and I will keep talking, okay? I have to say, I haven't seen reception quite like this for King Charles in a while. I don't know if it's just the essence of the angle, but it seems pretty enthusiastic. That will certainly make him feel pretty good. While we're watching this, if we just quickly go back to Lila, just for a moment here. Lila, can you tell me something? This matter of when you were 4, you decided that you didn't want birthday presents and you wanted the money to go to food banks instead. You have kept that up, right?
Yeah. Last year we did a big food drive for it, and we raised, in total over the years, we've raised over $3,000, $4,000 and 3,000 pounds of food.
That's amazing. And this is why you got that Coronation Medal. You're one of the youngest people to ever get the Coronation Medal. Do you have big dreams for yourself ahead?
Yeah, I think I'm not exactly sure what I want to do yet, but I think it's going to be something pretty big and exciting.
Well, that is for sure. Nobody doubts that. I hope you have a fantastic time. I hope today you're able to talk about this for a long time to come. And good on you, Lila. Good for you for doing that.
Thank you so much.
You're 14, but
Thank you
that's
so
real
much.
leadership. Take care, eh?
Yeah, you too.
Okay. So why don't we let's head back to Lansdowne here. And I'm wondering, just in the name of getting perspective here on this, if we can bring Omar back in for a moment. Omar, what are you hearing that maybe we can't hear? Or what are you seeing that we can't see?
Well, there's two things to bring up. One is you mentioned earlier the point about I've been watching the King's interactions with the people that he stops and talks to, and you're right. I mean, it's hard to tell from over here, but he does seem to spend quite a bit of time having what seems like an authentic conversation with people, seems to be really engaging with the public really well. On the other side of that, what you're not seeing is that there is, I would say, a pretty small contingent, but there are some people yelling out, "Not our king." There is a small protest contingent here as well. But, you know, as you see the King and the Prime Minister and Ottawa's mayor kind of walk through, they seem to be sort of doing the rounds, shaking hands, which if you look around and see the security on rooftops beyond this everywhere, and given the fact that, you know, Prime Minister Mark Carney is behind us, right? The King is here. It is kind of incredible that people are allowed to even get that close, but obviously you can see just a tremendous amount of security around the King as he makes his way through, and people, you know, who lined up here really early, obviously getting that chance to get up close and personal with the King.
And it's so interesting to look at these pictures. You know, I think about, I think we all still have like a COVID hangover of the way people interacted in the course of the pandemic and not getting too close and not touching each other. And there's still something kind of so refreshing and at the same time so jarring about seeing so many people crowded in together. And I get the impression he likes this. I mean, we can't ever know, but he certainly gives the impression he likes it.
It does seem that way, and I got to say, there's people that have brought flowers, right? Along this route, you can see people that have brought flowers, and I mean, his security detail will not allow him to take them, but you can see, I think you can get a glimpse of that just behind me here, just how social he's being, how much he's getting around. Well, you take a look at that shot for a moment.
Indeed. Oh, someone's...
And so you can see there the Prime Minister and his wife walking into place. This behind me here is where, by the way, everything's going to be happening from the ball hockey, which the King will do the ball drop for, all the cultural presentations. The theme here, of course, diversity and identity. And here at Lansdowne, I mean, this is a cultural hub for this neighborhood. Like I said, first kind of community stop on the way from the airport before all the other stuff and the politics plays a bigger role.
Do you know, Omar, how it is that people were chosen from the market, for example, to be the ones meeting him there today? Like, who are some of the people he's likely to interact with?
Well, we know there have been, you know, beyond this, there's a sort of open area, which is a farmer's market. We don't know if he's going to go there, but there are some select vendors that are inside. Maple syrup is one of them. I was speaking with them. They couldn't tell me how they were chosen to be here, so I don't know what kind of vetting process that went through. But we do know that, like, King Charles is has been very vocal and a proponent for agriculture, organic agriculture in particular. Started his own Dutchy brand of I believe it was a stout. So this has been like something that he's been very engaged with in the past.
Right.
And so a lot of local farmers here from within 100 kilometers of Ottawa that are showcasing their goods for the King today.
He's a wise man. He stopped very carefully at the food. I think that's it's a good place to be.
Big order for me.
They did tell me that they weren't to offer him anything because he wouldn't be accepting anything for maybe obvious reasons.
Although Omar, we anticipate that one of the vendors he's going to meet is a Syrian refugee who has a specialty in falafel, and the apparently, as the story goes, he was very interested in having one of his falafels. So, I mean, aren't we all? So we will we'll keep an eye on that.
Definitely from what I was, and maybe this was because the maple syrup vendor was also selling cider. They said there would be no tasting at that particular place.
Fair. Carolyn, what do you make of that scene? Omar is going to go get some folks to talk to, but what do you make of that scene as you watch?
I think this is extraordinary. We're seeing people coming together from a wide variety of backgrounds. We see Canadian flags in that audience, but there's been British flags, Brazilian flags. There are vendors from sharing cuisines from all regions of the world, and it brings back the aura of Queen Elizabeth II's speech in 1973 at the Royal York Hotel in Toronto, where she celebrated Canada as a multicultural country where different cultures come together and live in harmony with one another, and we're certainly seeing that here at Lansdowne Park.
And part of that as well is the protests. The people shouting, "Not our king." There's a couple signs that have said taxation without representation. We know from the polling data that there isn't enormous adoration for the royal family here, particularly King Charles. We're expecting some more data, I think later today or tomorrow, with a sense of whether there's been an uptick in support since the 51st state comments. But what is your sense of his relationship with Canadians and vice versa right now?
Well, certainly there have been protesters at some of his other visits. 2009, for instance, when King Charles, the future King Charles, met with the Black Watch Regiment that he inherited the role of Colonel-in-Chief from the Queen Mother, his grandmother. There were some protesters there as well. Overall, Canadians don't often spend a lot of time thinking about the monarchy or the royal family unless there's a big event like this where we're seeing the king and queen there in a Canadian context.
Mm-hmm. There's that beautiful maple leaf brooch. You get a better look at it here. It is a big piece of jewelry. It is a striking piece of jewelry.
Yes.
And I feel very lucky to say I've actually held it when we were at Windsor Castle, and they brought it out for us. And one of the astonishing things about that moment, because the Queen had given permission for us to see it, is that the box it is kept in, is this original, frayed, well-handled, barely hanging on little blue box. And when they open it up and you see that brooch, it is like blinding the diamonds in that brooch.
Well, that's extraordinary. You're able to get behind the scenes.
It's amazing.
Oh, we're at the maple syrup.
I think he should just put a little bottle in his pocket of maple syrup. Oh, see, look, she's got something, a little candy in her hand. There you go.
This is cool, Lars. This is cool. Would you like some? They like some.
I think he might be bartering for a price there. Yeah, there you go. They're gonna,
oh, yes.
Yeah. Aha. Hockey.
We now invite the team captains and His Majesty to the center of the rink for the ceremonial puck drop. Nous invitons les capitaines des équipes et Sa Majesté au centre pour la mise au jeu protocolaire.
I think this is beautifully rambunctious, frankly, for a Monday afternoon. All right, is it a puck or is it a ball?
The big moment.
It's a puck. Okay, well done. He can't have the maple syrup, but he's taking the puck.
Merci, thank you, Your Majesty.
If you're wondering who is there, some of the people joining him there, former Ottawa Senators, defenseman Chris Phillips, and the teams you've got there. You've got the Association de Hockey Féminin Vallée de Gatineau, and you have the African Hockey Association are there as well. And then you have a hockey player standing right there, Prime Minister Mark Carney, who played hockey for Oxford. You've certainly seen all those hockey references in the Elbows Up campaign commercials. Dollars to donuts. What's going to happen to that hockey puck is that it is going to end up in Windsor Castle, because when the Queen dropped the hockey puck in Vancouver back in 2002, it was signed by Wayne Gretzky and Howie Meeker, and it has been officially archived, and it's at Windsor Castle, and if you ask nicely enough, they will bring it out and show it to you. So that is possibly where that is going as well. So as we watch the King interact here, we're just going to slide over and have a quick chat with Omar again, who I think you have a guest.
Yeah, you mentioned rambunctious. Well, I'm with some rambunctious royal fans over here who have been here for a while trying to catch a glimpse of the King. They're taking their eyes off the King to chat with us for a little bit. Jesselyn's holding a sign. Jesselyn, what brings you out here today?
Well, I'm so excited to see the King Charles and Queen Camilla and Prime Minister Carney. I only got a glimpse of them, but I'm still so happy to be here.
At your young age, why is it so important for you to be here?
Well, I want to be able to have this special opportunity when I'm young, just in case when I'm old that I don't get to do this, and how exciting and thrilling it is to be here.
And I understand, Heather Joy, that you're their mom. You're also a teacher. What made you want to take, because they're not in school right now.
Right, yes. Thank you, Ms. Blackburn, for the afternoon off. It's such a historic opportunity to be here and to have the opportunity to welcome King Charles and Queen Camilla. My grandfather was a member of Parliament. He represented the Fraser Valley in BC through the decades, through the 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s. And he got to meet Queen Elizabeth II several times. And so this is our next generation, and we are grateful for the connections that we have to the monarchy.
I mean, this is symbolic, right? This is largely symbolic, but clearly important enough for you to take the day off school and bring them here and have them witness it. What do you hope your kids take away from this?
Oh, I hope that they sense the unity that it brings, our country and certainly our city. Living in the nation's capital is such a unique opportunity. We've got the Parliament buildings right here. Under construction at the moment, but we'll get them there, and just the continuity that the monarchy brings to to our constitutional system. I mean, Canada's a very independent country. We do great, but our tradition and heritage comes from the monarchy, and we're grateful.
Is there something important to you about this particular moment as well, the moment that this symbolism comes during?
Yeah, it does speak, I think, to the sovereignty that we are, and the opportunity that we have to see that King Charles and Queen Camilla have prioritized coming to Canada, and the opportunity for him to do the throne speech. It's something I haven't seen in my lifetime, and I'm so thankful he's here to do it.
And listen, I don't want to leave you guys without talking to Declan, because Declan, can I see your sign, buddy? It says, "Crown meets Capital. Hello, Ottawa. Catch our cheer." So what's your cheer? Can we hear it?
Hip hip hooray! The King and Queen are here! Hip hip hooray! The King and Queen are here! Hip hip hooray! The King and Queen are here!
Thank you so much for talking to us, guys. Appreciate it. As you can see, Adrian, I think it's sort of the kind of families that have come down here to witness this. And one last note, I just got to say, I spoke with some people who used to call UK home, and they said they have never been so close to King and Queen. So there you have it, a variety of people here for a variety of reasons.
Oh, that's fantastic. They are great. I love those folks. Omar, thanks very much. As you can see, the King and Queen have moved inside. King Charles was chatting there a few moments ago with Stephen Guilbeault, the Minister of Canadian Identity and Culture. He's there right now, introducing the King to some more of the people from the market, who are all sort of chosen selectively to be there to speak with the King. Carolyn, do you know what would have gone into making these choices of these people?
Been chosen in order to be representative of a wide variety of communities. And of course, some will also have personal connections of some kind to King Charles III. He's visited a lot of farmers markets in Canada in recent years. He visited the Byward Market in Ottawa in 2022 and a farmers market in Prince Edward County in 2017, leading up to the 150th anniversary of Confederation celebrations. King Charles and Queen Camilla are always at ease in these environments, meeting with local people, farmers, artisans, getting to see all of the food and drink on display as well. Camilla's father, Bruce Shand, who was a British Army officer, he was also a wine merchant. So she's also quite interested in all the food and wine that are often on display at these kinds of events.
And the young people are critical here. So as we look, this is inside the horticulture building at Lansdowne Park. Some of the people who are there are with entities like Operation Come Home, for example, which is an organization that works with kids who are, find themselves on the street. It offers services to them. It helps them with their education, try to make changes. These are the sorts of things that matter very much to the King. There are entities there that work for literacy. You'll see people from, the Canadian Red Cross. At some point, he's going to, come across a skateboard exhibit, for example. So each person who is there has been sort of selected for what they represent, and that their values sort of align with those of the monarch. And of course, it's a sheep. This is a recurring theme.
Oh yes, the interest in wool and all of these natural handicrafts and traditional arts that the King has been quite interested in.
So the people he has just been talking with there are with, and I think you saw the shirts there, the Canada Agriculture and Food Museum. It's an experimental farm, really, that looks at how open air lab research, if you will, can focus on long-term experiments in climate change and in the integrity of soils, in conservation, everything that he has been talking about years before many others in the world were. He was often mocked for these very conversations back in the 60s and 70s.
Oh, yes, that when he introduced a bottle bank for recycling at Buckingham Palace back in the 1970s, that was considered an eccentric idea. And when it came to organic gardening, he wasn't just ahead of the curve, perhaps he was the curve with his work at Highgrove House. It's been profiled in the National Geographic.
And this is the, I think it's one of the best names around. It's the Orchidestra. This is a fantastic group of people who, they take kids from the age of 5 all the way up to 18, and sort of music is this recurring theme in their lives, and music is a mechanism to sort of build their lives and build discipline and positive changes. So it's again,
wonderful.
another one of these neat organizations.
Can you reach and get all the way from the parliamentary? Perfect. And if you can read the scale, it's about to even out. And we're going to see how much lift we can generate with this. So if someone sees the number on the scale, we're about to see it go down, and that means that lift is increasing. So the fan is on. Yeah, exactly. And so you might recognize this fuselage here. It is modeled after a Lancaster. Yeah, and then we've got another one here, which is modeled after the
Well, I haven't got a clue what's going on here. I think it looks like aviation something. So while we figure that out, we're going to talk with Omar again, who I think you found somebody else to chat with, Omar.
I have, yeah. We're here with Upasana Classical Indian Dance Group. They've been, they just performed in front of the king. How was that? We're with Nikita, Shilpa, I'm sorry, and Savita. How was it performing in front of a king?
It was a surreal experience, honestly. We're very honored to have been invited to represent South Asian dance in front of the king today. It was a great experience.
Shilpa, is there an added, adrenaline, nerves about that, high level in audience?
For sure, but it was also just exciting. The crowd was very receptive, lots of cheering, so it wasn't that nerve-wracking.
What does it mean to you, Savita? I've known you in the community in Ottawa for a very long time. You are part of the community, especially in the dance world. What does it mean to be showcased on such a big stage?
It means a lot to me, but also my students who have been with the school for a long time. It's also representing the community and being asked on behalf of the Indian dance community to be performing here today. It's a privilege.
Nikita, last question to you, but is there, the theme here was diversity and identity. To what degree do you feel that this reflects the diversity of Canada in front of the king?
Yeah, no, I think the South Asian community represents a big portion of the population in Canada, so I think it was really nice that they asked the South Asian group to perform today.
Well, I know you guys just performed. The sun's down now, but it was really warm a little while ago, so I'll let you guys get some refreshments and rest. Thank you so much for talking to me.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Omar. We've just been watching on the right side of the screen the king talking with the delegation from the Canadian Red Cross. What a fundamental part of this country the Red Cross has been there when things are at their worst, and the king certainly understands that history and legacy. One of the things that this team have been talking about there is the recovery efforts and restoration efforts after the wildfires in Jasper. And there is a lot of anxiety about what sort of summer is ahead for wildfires in this country, and what they will all be facing and what communities across Canada will be facing. So that's critical to him as well.
Some fellow consultants here with me, as well as 2 students from St. Patrick High School who can explain the BU project.
So to start off, the BU project is an OCS project, and it's about students who showcase their creativity and identity. Yeah.
So we have actually made these skateboards from scratch, which has allowed us to connect with our community and also with our personal identities. Probably about like a month. Yeah, about a month. Yeah.
So have you learned to rope that?
Yes. I love making boards. Yeah. And artworks. Yeah.
I'm standing next to this person. I do the learn some useful bits like first aid.
Yeah.
In case anybody
I think those are some of the young people associated with the skateboard exhibit, which is it's sort of this. They're students from the what's called the Urban Aboriginal Alternate and the Norman Johnson Alternate. They've sort of come together to form this, I guess, this collective where they help other people in the community. And they make personal skateboards, and then they collaborate with local artists, local Métis artists, that are given to then, once the boards are made, to Indigenous youth in Ottawa who need them and want them. These meetings, Carolyn, as I look at them, I feel like they have meaning for the people who are on the receiving end. What do they mean for the monarchy?
Well, for the monarch, he's having this opportunity to engage with Canadians from all walks of life and forge these really meaningful connections that often people who come to royal events have memories of past royal tours, and there will be people in this crowd who remember seeing Queen Elizabeth II and Prince Philip celebrate Canada Day in 2010, or Queen Elizabeth II's early royal tours. It'll be interesting to see if there are even older people in the crowd who might have been children at that historic 1939 royal tour by King George VI and Queen Elizabeth, later the Queen Mother. So these lifelong meaningful moments are forged through all of these small conversations, and royal walkabouts have been a fixture of the royal schedule for a long time. King George VI and Queen Elizabeth, later the Queen Mother, plunged into a crowd of great war veterans at the National War Memorial, and then from the 1970s forward, Queen Elizabeth II always engaged in royal walkabouts while she was traveling on her various Commonwealth tours and within the United Kingdom. Opportunity for these personal connections.
I don't think I will ever get over the imagery of all these phones everywhere we go. I mean, it is so. I mean, I was thinking about the conclave, the Pope. It's just the cameras come first, it seems, right?
And there's some members of the royal family who are more selfie-friendly than others.
Yes.
That King Charles III and Queen Camilla are clearly just going with the crowd and being in all these photos. But I've heard Princess Anne isn't as much of a fan of there being a big wall of cameras and would rather not pose for selfies. So it really varies in terms of the members of the royal family and how much they want to be in all of these photos. But everyone in that crowd is wanting to have that photo of that historic moment.
Sure. What do you make of the size of this crowd?
It's a really large and enthusiastic crowd. There were some concerns because it's been years since there was a high-profile royal visit to Canada about what happens if the King and Queen come, but the weather is bad or there isn't the same enthusiasm. Instead, we're seeing a beautiful spring day with the crowds coming out to see the King and Queen. And you can see the King and Queen responding to the energy of the crowd. They're smiling, they're shaking hands. They're clearly very happy to be here.
Indeed. And I think they're a little behind schedule, which is kind of a good sign for their engagement here. Speaking of engaging, Omar, you have just been bolting from one group of people to another, and I think you have more guests.
We're lucky because as they finish their performances or games, they kind of walk right through us, and we try to grab them. And we just grabbed Josephine. She's with Ottawa Ice. And so you got to, she plays center usually, but today you were playing goalie. What was it like playing a game with all that pressure?
So I was really hot.
What's that?
It was really hot.
Yeah, I bet it was. Like, with all the gear you guys are wearing. How long did you have to prepare for this? Was it, what did it mean to you?
Well, I prepared a lot for it because I was in there practicing a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And then I don't really know how much it means to me.
You're really young. What did it mean to you to play in front of a king? Did that have the symbolism that a lot of people would think it had?
It was really cool.
Yeah? Will you ever forget that? No. And your dad's here with you. How long did you guys have to plan for this and prepare for it?
Then we found out a couple of days ago, but she played net all last year, so we had the gear. So it wasn't too hard to come over here, and obviously it's an honor to play for the Prime Minister and the King and Queen.
Must be a proud papa.
Absolutely, yeah.
What's going through your mind as you're watching your daughter play?
Get the ball. Don't let them score. Same stuff as usual. It's just another game, right?
Just a different venue, different crowd. Thanks so much, Max, Josephine. Thanks so much for chatting with us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So as you can see, everybody kind of walks by here after they're done. Some of the dancers we were speaking with said that they were a little bit kind of like, there's the heat for one thing. There's the costumes. You can see Josephine, they're just geared up to the nines, right? They were saying like it kind of took away from the pressure of playing for a king because they were just so kind of just get through this moment. It is scorching hot out here, I gotta say.
I know. Well, we're just not used to it after being frozen solid all winter. I get that. And listen, not all interviews are easy. I gotta love that she says, I don't know what it means to me yet. It's a perfectly honest answer. She's way too little to know. She'll find out one day. She'll figure it out. All right, Omar, thanks very much.
She'll look back on the picture and be like, oh yeah, there was that.
That's right. Oh yeah, that happened.
All right.
Okay, so Omar is heading back into the crowd while we watch Mark Carney, the Prime Minister, and Stephen Guilbeault operating as tour guides effectively here for the Prime Minister and Queen Camilla. There's Mark Carney's wife, Diana Fox Carney. And as they move still through the market, their next stop will be Rideau Hall, but they're not quite there yet. They've got more people to see. Fantastic.
Stick to one side.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
How often do you play? Can I go? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And you chose this. I started off with a small one. It's great to meet you.
you watch these conversations and you always want to know exactly what are they saying. I mean, they certainly seem to enjoy the music from Orchestra, but we were also watching earlier when they were having that exchange with the maple syrup vendors, and I think, Carolyn, we were saying, I wonder what they're saying. Well, now maybe we can find out. Omar, I think you're with one of the vendors, right?
Yeah, remember we were talking earlier, I was telling you, like, this is Roxanne Garland of Garland Sugar Shack, and she's the one that I asked, what do you say to a king? And I think your answer to me was like, I don't know.
I don't know what to say to a king and queen, but really they're professionals. They were so grateful. They actually spoke to more than one vendor. They spoke to all the vendors, the crowd. So they came here. They're asking us about the market because our market is usually on Sundays.
And you got to shake his hand.
I got to shake his hand and Queen Camilla's hand.
What was that like? Because you were a little nervous about it last time I talked to you. What did you end up saying anything?
I think, good question. I think I said, good afternoon, Your Majesty.
What else do you say, right?
Right? It just like kind of popped into, that's what happened. And then they were starting to ask about the farmers market and then our products. So like how many taps we have. So we have about 5,000 taps. And
Did you get to taste anything?
Well, Camilla asked about she was looking at our maple candies, and I actually offered her one, and she graciously accepted. I was really surprised with that.
And I was curious because you had the wine glasses set up for the maple wine, and it was all ready for a tasting. It doesn't look like it was that time of day yet.
No, so they actually came around the other side. We thought that they were going to be coming around here, so we set up this beautiful display for them. But you know what? It all worked out. They got some maple candies. And then Prime Minister Carney was following them behind as well, and he held up our maple syrup to the crowd, and I could hear some cheering. It all happened at the same time, but it was exhilarating. So Mr. Carney was saying, I'm promoting your product, so.
I was going to say, a very brief moment for you and for the Family Sugar Shack, but meaningful? What was it meaning for you?
I think very meaningful, and the fact that we were asked to promote the farmers market and local producers, agricultural, just to show like what we have to offer, and I think it's great, and just say these are all Canadian products made here.
What will you be telling your kids about this moment when they see the video years down the road?
Well, my nieces and nephews, definitely. I think it's going into a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so I'm glad we heeded the call.
Thanks so much, Roxanne. There you go. Now you can say you've got royal seal of approval on your maple syrup. Thanks so much. Nice chatting with you. And so just one of the vendors that are kind of lined up along here where the King and Prime Minister got to... I haven't checked in with the falafel stand yet, but I'll get back to you on that.
Excellent. I knew Queen Camilla took one of those candies. I knew it. Smart woman. I think we all would have done the same. Omar, thanks very much. So we have seen the King and Queen head off with the Prime Minister to Rideau Hall. They are heading there for a tree planting and to meet some more people, including the lieutenant governors here in this country. And Carolyn, in terms of what we're about to see at Rideau Hall, in terms of the tree planting, they have done this a lot, planting trees. There's always a message in the tree, though, is there not?
Oh, yes. And for King Charles III, it's particularly meaningful for him because of his interest in the environment and preserving the natural world. So tree plantings at Rideau Hall go back to the time of Queen Victoria's son, the Duke of Connaught, who was the Governor General during the First World War. And so there have been many trees planted there, oaks, maples, and we're going to see a blue beech tree being planted at the ceremony at Rideau Hall.
And so the blue beech, as I understand it, I mean, it's one of these trees that I think would have been chosen by the Canadians, but chosen for a reason, right? Chosen because it connects with the values of the monarch?
Well, it's seen as a symbol of steadfastness and tolerance and inclusion, and it's also a tree that thrives in the shade and thrives in the sun. So there is a sense of standing up to all conditions with the planting of this tree. And for King Charles III, of course, it is very meaningful to get to contribute to Canada's natural world.
See, the symbolism is everywhere. It's everywhere. If you sort of gently pull it apart. And I think let's keep an eye on something when the king plants a tree. I mean, firstly, I think the tree's already been planted. So you will see them with a spade and some dirt, but effectively the tree is in the ground. But as I understand it, he has a little ritual, which is that he likes to either touch the trunk or sort of touch a branch, right?
Yes, he likes to put his hands on the tree itself and have that personal connection with the tree that he has just planted. It's interesting that earlier in his public life, there were jokes that were made about the Prince of Wales talking to his plants. And now there's been some studies done that having a sort of calm, nice environment in the garden, can help the flowers grow and provide, a very, healing environment for those who are there. So as with the interest in organic farming, some of the practices that were seen as a little eccentric early in Prince Charles's career in public life are now seen as rather prescient in 2025.
Okay, it's good advice for all of us. There's more still to come, obviously, with the King and Queen now on to their next events on this historic day in Ottawa. From Lansdowne Park, the royal couple is heading north to the Governor-General's official residence at Rideau Hall. When they arrive, they will meet with lieutenant governors and territorial commissioners, and the King and Queen will take part in a tree planting ceremony. His Majesty will then hold audiences with the Governor-General and Prime Minister. After that, Queen Camilla will be sworn in as a member of the Canadian Privy Council, so she can provide formal advice to the King in his role as King of Canada. So we will be speaking with people today, tonight, and tomorrow who just met the King and Queen. But our next guest probably wins the prize for the most unique experience with the now King Charles. This video is from north of the Arctic Circle in 1975. When Canadian diver Joe McGuinness went scuba diving under the ice of the Northwest Passage with the future king. After about a half hour, Charles emerged from the freezing water full of good humor.
It's very interesting indeed, I must say. Bloody cold. Can I give you that? What? Well, I tell you, we put the air in here, you see, and if you now do the measure.
You can see why the British media at the time called him Action Man. So the diver, the now king, was with is Joe McGuinness. Joe now lives in Toronto. That's where he joins us today. Joe, how fantastic to look at those images of your dive with then Prince Charles. Can you just take us back to that moment and talk about what that was like?
Well, it was a life-changing event for me. I was 38, he was 26. I had been asked by the government to arrange the dive, and I was, to be honest, very concerned because of the risks and the uncertainty about his ability. He'd never dived under the ice before. He was not familiar with the suit, but he was determined.
So I see you standing there, Joe. I feel like you have something you want to show us.
I have something I want to show you. First of all, this is the suit that he wore. This
Amazing.
is 50 years ago. He wore this suit, and these gloves were important because the coldest part of the diver is the hands and the face, and he also wore this shield for his face to protect the skin from frostbite. Again, he was so fascinated with, there were three reasons why he wanted to go. First, he was intensely curious about the edge of the known world, which it was going under the ice. And he also wanted to test himself to see if he had the right bright stuff to do this. And then he had this sense, he told me, about wanting to connect. And it was interesting in the previous discussion about the blue beach waters that the 19th century British sailors had sailed through in the search for the Northwest Passage. So he was determined to go, and we made a 30-minute dive. It started very gently. He had some problems with the suit because he was having difficulty in balancing the air in, air out. He bumped his head against the ice a couple of times, but he was very calm. He had this kind of royal resolve to make sure that he would solve the problems very quietly. And of course, when you're underwater, you can't talk. So the only way I could really discern how he was doing was to see the air bubbles coming out of his regulator, to look at his eyes, and to watch the body language. And his eyes were locked onto mine, and he was very calm and sorted it out. And so we headed west we went west, and the first thing we saw was this stalactite of ice. It looked like an icicle hanging from the undersurface of the ice. And keep in mind that the ice was a fathom thick. And inside the stalactite were small creatures, amphipods, and he looked at them, and there was this sense for me of a kind of reciprocity. He was totally committed to trying to understand what was going on with these ice lovers living inside the ice. And it was almost as if he was a man with three eyes, two in his head and one in his heart. And that brings us back to this, what you just mentioned about the blue beech tree and his love of the natural world. So we got to this shore fast ice, and here's where the polar pack crushes up against the shore, and big blocks are formed, and they're twisted and have bizarre shapes, and they confirm the power of the ice to press against a wooden ship and break through the hull and sink the ship. And this is what he was interested in trying to find out more about. So it was an extraordinary experience to be with him and watch the intensity of his attention to the environment. And
Joe,
I have to tell you, sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, just at the end of the dive, I decided, I knew he had a sense of levity, so I wanted to try it. And so I got him to stay in one position, and I ducked down and picked up two objects that I had put on the seafloor on a practice dive. And I'm going to show you now.
Oh,
I had a bowler hat and an umbrella. And at first, when I saw him, his eyes went wide, and I thought, oh my God, he thinks I've gone crazy. But no, I heard laughter. I heard this laughter in the water, this and then I thought, oh my gosh, he's going to swallow the Arctic Ocean. But no, he got into the spirit of the time. And he took the hat off, took the bowler hat off, and then the umbrella. And I watched him as he headed up towards the ice hole, looking like Mary Poppins in the Flying Nanny scene. And then, as you saw in the video, he came outside the tent and had this extraordinary experience, again, of levity. A man really in charge of the moment, making fun of himself and having just a good time because of the dive and the success.
What an extraordinary experience. Here I was thinking that you were about to tell me about what it was like for him, but I feel like the experience you had was equally as precious, and good on you. That is fantastic. And thank you for the show and tell today. Those are great.
Well,
that is
a great pleasure, and it's been fun listening to your show and what you're doing at the great celebration of the moment of the folks in Ottawa. So
indeed,
it's been an honor to be a part of this.
Joe McGuinness, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
You're all watching our special coverage today of the arrival of King Charles and Queen Camilla to Ottawa. You see the Governor General and her husband Whit Fraser awaiting their arrival at Rideau Hall any second now. They've already had a very busy day. And as they arrive at Rideau Hall, when we talk about tree planting, you know that is something King Charles is pretty good at.
An environmentalist, Charles once said, "All I really long for is to plant trees." And on several of his visits to Canada, he's done exactly that. It's a royal tradition that stretches back centuries. When he visited Halifax in 2009, he planted an oak in the shadow of one planted by his grandfather, King George VI, 70 years before. Some read meaning into the choice of tree. In 2022, the first trip after the COVID-19 pandemic, and on an afternoon focused on issues of reconciliation and sustainability, Charles planted a silk lilac tree, a sign of renewal.
There you go. The umbrellas are up. As Joe McGuinness talked about bringing that umbrella up in the Arctic in the 70s, it is up again because, of course it is. This is Canada. So there they are at Rideau Hall. And we know that as we were chatting with Catherine Cullen, who was at the airport, and we said that she was going to hopscotch her way over to Rideau Hall. She's done just that. I fear poor Catherine might be in the rain because it is kind of coming down. Are you okay, Catherine?
Oh, I'm fine, Adrian. It's impressive. We might get a sunburn and drenched in the same day. But hey, it's Canada. We can't complain. And the really striking thing, I would say, Adrian, I don't know what the shot looks like right now, but there really are a number of people who have come out here to Rideau Hall to see the King and Queen in this ceremonial tree planting. And I know there was a little bit of anxiety, I think, amongst some Canadian officials in terms of whether or not Canadians would show up. They have today.
That's fantastic. You know, I'm keeping an eye on that crowd, Catherine. There are some women there who I'm hoping we will get a chance to see. They're called, well, it sounds like a strange name, but they became known as the Coronation Girls because there was a group of 50 teenage girls in 1953 who were chosen for a 7-week tour of the UK to go see the Queen's coronation. It was a life-changing trip. They have stayed in contact. They met the King last year. Some of them, there's 33 left, and some are there today, and they hope to see him again. There you go. Did you catch it? Did you catch him giving the tree a little handshake there? That's his hallmark. Oh, have to water it, although the rain will do a pretty good job of that. Okay, so he's heading over to meet some of the people who are there to greet him. So curious to see who's in that crowd.
We need to keep it so we can get that. Yeah, I know.
it's almost as chaotic as Lansdowne Park.
Sarah, what's our next move? Honored to meet you, my friend. Thank you, sir. Okay, we're gonna have to get these guys behind us. Little shot. Okay. Let's all move back.
It's raining and it's sunny because, yes, it's spring in Canada.
Thank you, Charles.
To the house.
If the Coronation Girls are in there somewhere, I think we'll have to know. We'll find out later tonight. I'll text them to see if they had a chance to meet with him. If we don't see them here.
The weather was a bit erratic on Coronation Day back in 1953 as well.
So they'll be used to that.
Oh yes.
Oh no. That's just a turkey. You know, thanks, turkey. I just, this is a funny country sometimes.
Where's the group we're going to see?
They were behind you on the tree. There's the 100-year-olds. And you need to walk around that way, and we're going to go down to where the people are being introduced. Hello, Your Majesty.
Your Majesty. Right, Your Majesty. Jack, she wants some water. It's just coffee. It's from me. Yeah.
Collectively go that way. And then we'll need to go round to that way.
So as a very short person who often can't see past people's backs, I feel very at home looking at this scene here. This is a lot more crowded than I think even they perhaps anticipated. Catherine Cullen, what after they finish meeting people here in the crowds, do you know what's next?
Yeah, I mean, they have quite a few things on their agenda here at Rideau Hall. One thing I will just note, Adrian, I'm not sure just how much perspective you have from those back of the head shots, but there are quite a number of people. There are barricades that stretch all around this section of the garden in Rideau Hall. So quite a number of people who came out to catch a glimpse of the king. He does, and I can see they're heading back towards Rideau Hall now. So unfortunately, some of those glimpses will have been from a...
Catherine, they're actually heading to meet a select group of people, including those women I was telling you about. I caught a glimpse of them in the front row, the Coronation Girls, and there they are right now. Let's have a listen.
Query. Sorry, can we move the query back?
That was God Save the Queen, and that was a moment. Sorry, God, I'm so used to saying that. God Save the King. And that was a moment. I cannot tell you what that interaction, that brief interaction, will mean to those three women. They were united more than 70 years ago over the coronation of a young queen, and they became friends for life. They taught each other about life and death. They mourned the queen together. They mourned each other when they lost friends. And when they met with the king in Buckingham Palace more than a year or so ago, they had the most beautiful conversation. He told them about, he remembered his mother, the queen, practicing wearing the crown at bath time when it was time to give Anne and Charles a bath because it was so heavy. He talked to them like he would to an older aunt. and that meant a lot. And this will mean tons.
Can you see?
Security response.
Keep moving up. Just keep moving up.
I'm the director.
Oh, no? Thank you.
Yes, so she sat in Senate in the morning. Yes, I'm with domestic council.
No, thank you. Nice to meet you. Nice to see you.
So the people you're seeing here are from what's known as the King's Trust charity. It used to be known as the Princess Trust. This is fundamental, is it not, Carolyn, to some of his charitable work?
Oh, yes. As Prince of Wales, he took his severance pay from the Navy and founded the Prince's Trust at the time of his mother, Queen Elizabeth II's Silver Jubilee in 1977, and then the Prince's Charities in Canada, which became the Prince's Trust, and then the King's Trust, have sponsored all sorts of different programs, from the preservation of the Inuktitut language to providing training for veterans who want to start their own businesses. So these connections between the monarchy and veterans and Indigenous peoples and young people. There's also youth employment training programs that they've all been supported through the King's Trust.
That's great. I wonder where the turkey went. Maybe just passing through. The man in the glasses who you can see there, his name is Doug Aerosmith. He's a documentary filmmaker who has been working hard to keep some of Canada's history whole in terms of the story of the Coronation Girls. He was afraid it would be lost to time and failing memories, and so he spent the last couple of years trying to bring it together. It's a lovely story. Catherine Cullen is back with us again. Catherine, I think we're sort of rounding out the day for them. Can you give us a sense of what's ahead?
Yes. Well, that's right. And there is still, for the King, an audience with the Prime Minister, an audience with the Governor General, the swearing in of Her Majesty the Queen to the King's Privy Council of Canada, which would allow Queen Camilla to formally give advice to King Charles in his role as the King of Canada, as well as the signing of the Golden Book, which Canadian Heritage describes as a treasured collection of visitors' signatures that's preserved in the Library of Parliament. I have to tell you, Adrian, I didn't know about this particular detail, and it is something I'm curious to learn more about, what kind of signatures we would find in that book and the special place in which it is kept in the nation's capital, as well as a photo with the vice-regal community. The lieutenant governors for the various provinces are here today to meet with the King as well. So,
Catherine, these are the people, by the way, I know you can't see the shot, but these are the people that the King and Queen are greeting right now, the lieutenant governors.
Yes, who have all come here today to be a part of this particular day, which again it's just striking the meaning that all of these Canadian symbols this is something that would be familiar from any number of royal visits. But of course, Adrian, the context now, when we are thinking about Canadian sovereignty, when we are thinking about what makes Canada different from the United States, one of the constitutional experts I was speaking to for the House this week was saying there has been an allure in Canada's past looking at the presidential system in the United States, and some people saying, well, do we really have the ideal system? And yet we see that our democracy is standing strong at this moment, and people are rallying around our institutions. And we should say that's not universal. Part of the visit of the King to this country is stirring up sentiments among some about the extent to which these institutions really do represent us accurately, but they are nonetheless the institutions that make us uniquely Canadian at this moment. And so all of the symbols, everything from the puck, yes, Adrian, I did notice it was a puck drop, to the maple syrup, to the RCMP, to the lieutenant governors, all of this speaking to the essence of part of how we look at ourselves as Canadians, and giving people an opportunity to think a little bit more about our institutions. Certainly our institutions of government, which will be front and center tomorrow during the speech from the throne held in the Senate.
And when you talk about front and center tomorrow, are you anticipating any expressions of displeasure to be on display tomorrow? Because not everyone who's a member of Parliament necessarily is supportive of the idea of the King as head of state.
Well, and the Bloc Québécois have said that they will not attend the speech from the throne. That's not specifically about the presence of the monarch. It is something that they regularly do not do, is choose not to attend this particular institution. They have also promised to put forward a private member's bill which would remove the requirement to swear an allegiance to the King, to Canada's sovereign, although we should say that's been attempted before and it hasn't really gotten off the ground. I don't expect that we will see anything in that regard, although if politics in the last year or so has taught me anything, Adrian, don't make predictions. That's a terrible idea. We are in the time of the unexpected, but it's not what I anticipate. Again, I think because this moment, even for some people who might not traditionally have been so enthusiastic about some of the trappings of the monarchy, I think people do appreciate this expression, moments where there's an expression of nationhood and an expression of our Canadianness, even though they may not necessarily feel compelled to come out here to the grounds of Rideau Hall, for instance. Certainly what the Prime Minister is banking on is that people will see a resonance here that is meaningful to them as Canada tries to chart a course forward, because while the King himself may not be somebody who speaks in explicitly political terms, this is nonetheless a political moment, and a political moment for this government too. I mean, Mark Carney has really leaned into the connections that Canada has, yes, certainly with Britain, also with France, visiting Iqaluit, talking about Canada's Indigenous roots, to think both about Canada's history and what the course forward looks like at this time of challenge. And we talk about it in the big picture so often, Adrian, but of course it's very visceral for people. It looks like sometimes worries about keeping your job, or the price of groceries, and all of those sort of quotidian concerns are tied up in this moment of pageantry and these expressions of friendliness. The two things are not entirely distinct.
And for a visit that is so formal, it's the informality of some of these moments that will really connect with a lot of people, I think. Dropping that puck, or laughing about maple syrup candy. These are the sort of the intangibles, I think, that may end up being lasting things.
Yeah, I will say, Adrian, I can hear singing again starting.
Oh.
I don't know if we want to listen in for a moment.
Sure.
I think the crowd has once again begun to sing.
And then we're going straight on. Go the other side of the path.
Yeah. So when they turn around, we'll move to this, and then we'll catch it. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Another spontaneous O Canada, a round of applause, both perhaps for the Royals and for the anthem, for the moment.
Well done.
I mean, the political context is interesting too, Adrian, and I hope nobody at home sort of tenses up as I say the word politics. But we talk about national unity in the context of the United States, but it's very relevant in this country right now as well. When we see the discussion happening in Alberta in terms of Albertan secession, the possibility of a referendum there, and it all goes back to this question of what it means to be Canadian, why we want to be here or why we don't, how we speak to one another, and again, while the travels of the King may seem very far removed from the day-to-day concerns of Canadians, these questions about our institutions, how we are represented, what our ambitions are, how we speak to one another, where we find common ground, all of these things are meaningful pieces of these discussions, which will not end, obviously, by any stretch of the imagination after the speech from the throne or after the King and Queen return to the UK. These are conversations that are ongoing in this country, and we are looking at an inflection point right now that is going to help shape the discussion going forward.
And Catherine, if I may, for people who may not have heard you say it before, when you spoke with the U.S. Ambassador to Canada, Pete Hoekstra, about this visit, because let's not kid ourselves, there is an ambition, undeniably, that someone in the White House will be watching this visit, watching the throne speech, and come away perhaps with a sense of Canada is united and strong, whatever the intention is. That would be the reward for the visit, but the risk for the visit would be what? What's your impression from the U.S. Ambassador?
Well, I mean, here's what I would say. The message from the U.S. Ambassador was, yes, we know you're trying to send a message with the King's visit. He said to me, there are easier ways to send a message. In his words, if Carney wants to send a message, he can call up me. There are easier ways to do this. When it comes to the 51st state, move on. Canadians need to move on from this. It's over. Get over it. Now, there are a bunch of asterisks that I would apply to that, Adrian. The ambassador, I did ask him at the beginning of our conversation, has Donald Trump said to you it's over? You have said multiple times this conversation about the 51st state is done. Has he said to you, we're done with this, we're not going to talk about it anymore? The ambassador said, no, but I saw what happened in the White House. I saw the conversation between the president and the prime minister. Mark Carney has said, never. Okay, fine. It's time to move on. It's time to talk about the future of our relationship. And it is worth noting, Adrian, that there are negotiations quietly underway. We know Dominic LeBlanc, responsible for intergovernmental affairs, who's taken on this responsibility for the Canada-U.S. relationship, was in Washington, D.C. just last week, meeting with some of his American counterparts. These things are happening very quietly. The ambassador did not seem to have the specifics about the nature of those negotiations. Are we talking about how we're going to talk, or are we actually getting down to talks? That remains to be seen. But things are progressing on that front. Canada is trying to navigate a particular type of relationship with the United States, yes, about our economy and about trade, but also about how we move forward on the defense front. So all of that is happening. And then there is sort of let's call it the visceral or the emotional side of the debate, where Donald Trump's man in Canada is basically saying, hey guys, get over it. Right. I don't know to what extent Canadians are going to be receptive to that message. I think in some ways this is the response to that message. If everybody would just like to move on, great. Yeah. But I think it's fair to say that some Canadians are feeling a little affronted by some of this talk and the suggestion that our border is just an imaginary line, and the mere fact of this visit speaks to the desire of some Canadians, and certainly amongst the political class, to express our nationhood and not just get over it, but maybe take a minute and think about what we stand for and try to reflect out to the world what we stand for.
Catherine, thank you. Excellent. On the right side of the frame, Catherine, that you can't see, people are taking pictures of the shovel now. So they're hanging on to whatever they can of this visit. Carolyn, we are for this day getting close. We're not there yet, but we're getting close to the end of the official program for this day. And I'm curious, as you've watched it, we knew effectively what would happen, sort of almost minute by minute. But did you see something that you didn't see coming?
Well, aside from the turkey crossing the
there's
lawn
that.
there at Rideau Hall, and all the changes in weather we've experienced today, from the sunshine to the pouring rain, something that we've seen during such a brief tour is King Charles III and Queen Camilla taking the time to speak to so many individual Canadians. A tour like this, it seems as though it's all official ceremonies, but there have been a lot of personal moments there, meeting with the Coronation Girls who traveled in 1953 for a multi-week trip to the UK, sponsored by Garfield Weston, for young women who were going to be future leaders of tomorrow. So there have been a lot of personal moments, and we've seen such enthusiasm sometimes with events such as this. Queen Elizabeth II's former secretary, Tommy Lassell, sometimes wondered if people were coming out on, for instance, the 1947 South Africa tour because of enthusiasm for the monarchy, or simply because the circus has come to town and people want to see the events that are taking place. But the spontaneous singing of God Save the King and O Canada there in the rain at Rideau Hall shows the degree to which the monarch is able to act as a unifying force, as the personification of the state, bringing Canadians together in a patriotic moment that Canada's sovereignty was threatened, and we see Canadians all coming together at this royal visit, taking pride in being Canadian and in Canada's unique political system and history.
It's interesting because I think we're all well aware that the numbers that you saw at Lansdowne Park and the people at Rideau Hall, that's not representative of the entire country. It'll be interesting tomorrow to see who shows up, how many people show up for the parade as that magnificent landau takes the King and Queen to the Senate just over my right here for the throne speech. Past visits, we have seen tens of thousands of people on the street. Will that happen here in Ottawa? Perhaps not. We are in a different era. The enthusiasm you see here may not necessarily be reflected in the data of how people feel. We're going to get some more of those numbers later, but it's these intangible things, this imagery, the people going home with smiles on their faces and funny stories to tell that they will then pass on, that seem to have some impact. As we, at this moment, head to break, what would you tell the King about Canada? The National set out with that question. Here's some of the answers we got.
What would we tell the King about Canada today? Well, that's a good question. To speak up against you know who. It's gotten like you don't want to say his name almost.
I'm from Detroit and I love Canada. Keep it separate and keep it special. And that's my opinion. Thank you very much.
You're watching special coverage of the royal visit to Canada. It is now a little over 2 hours since King Charles and Queen Camilla touched down in Ottawa at the start of a very busy 24-hour trip. So this is Charles's first visit to this country since becoming monarch. The royal couple passed through a guard of honor formed by members of the Royal Canadian Dragoons before they were greeted by Governor-General Mary Simon and Prime Minister Mark Carney. Their stops so far have included Landsdown Park and Rideau Hall, where they've been mingling with Canadians. The King is now wrapping his first day here with separate audiences with both Mary Simon and Mark Carney. And so tomorrow, King Charles will open the 45th Parliament of Canada and deliver the throne speech. This is usually read by the Governor-General on behalf of the monarch, and this will be the first time since 1977 that the monarch has read the speech. The event, of course, steeped in a great deal of history, pomp, and ceremony, and that is because Canada's system of government rests heavily on symbols and traditions of the British Parliament and the Crown. CBC's Eli Glasner shows us how they clashed in a bid for power.
A message from Her Excellency the Governor-General.
So here we are again, this speech from the throne.
Congratulations.
Together we move Canada forward.
Je suis heureuse d'ouvrir la première session.
And a ceremony stuffed with symbolism.
A message from Her Majesty.
It's really about the tension between Parliament and the monarchy.
Mr. Speaker.
All the more appropriate because for the opening of the 45th session of Parliament, the King himself will read the speech, as opposed to the Governor-General, who typically represents the Crown. On the big day, all eyes are on the Usher of the Black Rod, a senior parliamentary protocol officer who plays a pivotal role, including inviting the MPs to the Senate to hear the speech. And that is where the drama begins.
Usher of the Black Rod is just getting close to the doors of the House of Commons. Those doors will be slammed shut in the face of the usher. And this is symbolic.
Incredibly rude.
Yes, it can be incredibly rude. It is the House of Commons demonstrating their independence from the Crown.
At which point the usher knocks. Speech after speech, there's always been 3 knocks at the door. So what's with the closed doors and the knocking? Well, it goes back to the 17th century and a king who didn't respect the independence of the house.
During the 17th century, there was a major power struggle between the Crown and Parliament. During the reign of Charles I, Parliament felt that its rights were being circumscribed and that the king was acting arbitrarily.
And then in 1642, things really took a turn.
In the lead up to the English Civil War, Charles I brought soldiers and went into the floor of the then English House of Commons, seeking to arrest Oliver Cromwell, John Pym, and 3 other senior parliamentarians who, to the king, were threatening a civil war.
Which in part brought about the English Civil War and the execution of King Charles I.
Who rules England, a king or Parliament? The Civil War decided the answer is Parliament.
Which brings us back to the Usher of the Black Rod, who as the Crown's representative must knock and request permission before entering the House of Commons.
The key point here is Black Rod cannot simply barge in and demand that the Commons come to hear the speech. Black Rod has to ask to be admitted, and the Commons have to agree that they will come.
Not all Black Rods are the same. The original was lost in the Parliamentary fire of 1916. The replacement was snapped in half in 1967 and glued back together. After all the wear and tear, a new rod was restored as a gift for the Queen in 2016.
And that it is time for them to attend. And now
once the MPs follow the Usher of the Black Rod to the Senate, you may notice another object that's part of the procession, the mace.
Going back to medieval times, the mace was a weapon of war to defend initially the king, and then it became appropriated by the House of Commons.
The mace is important because it represents royal authority. The mace has to be present in the room for either house to conduct business.
We resume what day?
In fact, in the British Parliament during the Brexit debates, one MP put this to the test, grabbing the mace. He didn't get very far.
With the royal robes and rods and maces, it might be tempting to see these traditions as relics from the past. But historians say, if anything, they're more relevant than ever.
At this particular time in the world, when democracy, legal rights are under challenge in many countries, I think it's very important for us to remember that we have these rights and why we have these rights, that people died to secure these rights for us, and that we should appreciate them.
There will be so much to see tomorrow. Chief Political Correspondent Rosemary Barton, hello you.
Hello.
Is here to talk through all of what tomorrow could bring. I have so many questions for you.
I'm glad I don't have to answer any of those.
Okay,
so that's complicated stuff. Yeah.
In terms of this government, there are campaign promises, there's a platform, there's a mandate letter that give us lots of clues, right, about where the Carney government is going. What are you expecting to hear from the throne speech, though?
This is not going to be a surprising speech where suddenly the Prime Minister lays out different plans. This is very much going to highlight, copy, reiterate the things that he got elected on, and very much that one mandate letter that he gave to the whole of Cabinet, not different mandates letters, just one.
Is that unusual?
That is unusual. Mandate letters themselves were something that Justin Trudeau put into place, and usually they had many, many different points for each minister. This time, the Prime Minister decided there would be one, in part because he's trying to really focus the mind of Cabinet, right, on the priorities, which is, trying to make life more affordable for Canadians, dealing with Donald Trump, building more houses, trying to grow the economy, all those different kinds of issues we've heard a lot about during the election, all of that highlighted in this one mandate letter. And then he's also told Cabinet, go off and figure out what you're going to do in your own portfolio and come back and tell me, and we'll kind of sign off on it. So tomorrow, it's not going to be an extremely long speech, 20, 25 minutes is what we understand, and it will lay out very clearly many of these things that the Prime Minister has talked about. There will be a little section at the beginning where the King will have an introduction of his own. And that is where you might hear something about his affection for the country, something about why he's come, something about why it matters that he's here. I don't think anyone would expect him to be overt in terms of how he is, telling Canadians that we are a sovereign nation. But his very presence, of course, is meant to do that. And then whether he adds some of his own personal flair and comments about Canada off the top, that's, I think, what we should be watching for.
But not in the speech itself.
Not in
he can't change that at all.
Well, in the beginning, that he has a little bit at the top, where he can do it. Queen Elizabeth did it when she gave the speeches the 2 times, and he has a little moment there that he could take for himself. But we know the palace has looked over this speech and made sure that they are also comfortable with it, because it is not the King's job to get into trouble and create some sort of diplomatic incident here either.
Right.
Yeah.
I think we understand that visits like this don't happen. It's not the King's idea. It has to be an invitation from the Prime Minister. So that much we know. But do we know any other details about how it came to be?
So remember, this came before the election, when Prime Minister Carney went to London for that visit, where he was and has since talked about wanting to point to the roots of Canada, the United Kingdom, France, and Indigenous peoples. And this is something he's talked about again and again in the face of these questions about our sovereignty. So that was part of the goal. And he made this request, yes, as Prime Minister, but unsure whether he would be Prime Minister when the King actually came. So that was strategic on his part, perhaps a risk, because it wasn't a guarantee that he was going to win. And we also know that from his conversations on that trip with the Prime Minister of England, the President of France, and the King, that there wasn't a real clear understanding of how Canadians were feeling about the threats from the President, that they heard them, but they sort of laughed them off, didn't think that the President was being serious. So the Prime Minister during those meetings did have to say to them, no, this is serious, we take this seriously, and we need you to do that too.
What kind of relationship do they have, Carney and
listen, they know each other, which is not the case for all prime ministers starting out, because of his time at the Bank of England. Of course, he was governor there, because his brother Sean Carney runs Kensington Palace. He's the chief operating officer for Kensington Palace. His wife is British and runs in those same kind of circles, so they know each other a little bit and would be friendly, I think would be the way I would put it. Yeah.
What's your assessment as a political journalist of this moment?
This is a big moment, obviously. It's a big moment for the country. I would remind people that since the Prime Minister went down and had that Oval Office meeting, though, we haven't actually heard the President say those words again about the 51st state. I'm not saying it won't happen again. Perhaps he's been preoccupied with other things, but he hasn't gone around saying it since then. So perhaps the Ambassador's point to Catherine Cullen was a fair one. Perhaps this is done and dusted. But as much as this is a message to the President tomorrow, I think it's also a very strong message to Canadians, to remind them of how we are fundamentally different as a constitutional monarchy, how our parliamentary system works, and to see value in that. And the fact that the King is coming as the King of Canada to do that is a significant symbolic political moment. But this is also a big deal for this government. This is the official start of Parliament tomorrow, and we know that the Prime Minister has a very ambitious legislative agenda. He's got 4 weeks, and the things he wants to get done in those 4 weeks are kind of mind-boggling. And so tomorrow is really, the races go. The guns go off, and the Prime Minister's and his cabinet have got to start running after this throne speech.
Oh, and they've already been busy. I mean, while we were staring at maple syrup and dropping the puck today, they were going about the business of getting a new speaker.
Yeah, that's the only other thing that can happen before the throne speech. It really has to. The throne speech is the piece that has to happen before Parliament can actually get any work done. But the piece before that is electing a speaker. Everyone's name goes into a hat until they take their names out. So that was the process before today. They went through the secret ballot vote, and it's a longtime Liberal from Quebec, from Montreal, Francis Scarpaleggia, who was elected Speaker. Of course, that does mean that there's one less Liberal to vote on issues, but he's been around a very long time, and that's who the Commons decided would be the Speaker, or the referee, if you will, of political debate going forward. This is a very difficult job, and it certainly was a difficult job at the end of the last Parliament because of how toxic it was. Everyone says at the beginning of a new Parliament they're going to be friendly and work together. We'll see whether that happens.
Okay. Rosie, thanks very
Nice
much.
to have you
Always
here.
good to see you. Nice to be in your city. I like what you've done with the place. You can join Rosemary and the team for tomorrow's special. That starts at 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 a.m. Pacific. The King and Queen will parade down Wellington Street in front of the Parliament buildings to the Senate, where the King will lay out the priorities of the new government when he reads the speech from the throne. So as we clean the lens there in Rideau Hall, you need to have a good view here. That's quite all right. This happens. This is live television. Those two chairs are waiting for the King and the Governor General. That's where they will have their meeting. That is where they will sit and chat. And this is why we are sitting on the shot, because at any moment now we expect them to come in and have their chat there. I know the microphones will be craning to hear, but I do not anticipate we will hear much, except from our friend Catherine Cullen right now, who is back out. Oh, look, it's sunny now again here in Ottawa, back out at Rideau Hall. So talk with us if you can, Catherine, about who's with you and what you're thinking.
Yes, Adrian, I've got Philip Lagasse with me. He's a professor at Carleton University, an expert in the role of the Crown in our parliamentary system. And Philip, I'm wondering, there's a lot going on inside Rideau Hall today. We know the King is going to have an audience with the Governor General, with the Prime Minister, speaking with taking photos with the Lieutenant Governors. What do you view as the most significant things that are likely to happen in the rest of the day?
Well, I think a lot of it is around those audiences, the opportunity both for the Governor General as the King's representative in Canada and for the Prime Minister as his head of government to be able to discuss the importance of the moment and really his presence and what it means and what they hope to him to communicate and to take away from it.
How candid are those conversations? I mean, it's difficult for us to really know, but what is our sense of what happens in a private conversation like that?
In an audience, it is very candid. It really is the opportunity for the King to express his personal views to either his head of government, and in this case to the vice-regal representative, in order for him to share what he's really feeling, something that he obviously can't do in a public setting, and fully knowing that this is fully private and that the Prime Minister is obviously not going to share that information.
Camilla is also going to be sworn in as a member of the King's Privy Council in Canada. What is that about?
So typically the spouse of the monarch is made a member of the Privy Council in Canada, and really it's an honorary position more than anything else. But it does mean that she holds a position within the executive branch of Canada, formally speaking, obviously. But it is a tradition and is one that's being respected here.
You and I have spoken on the House this week about the significance of this visit, yes, as a message to the rest of the world, but also to Canadians. Now that it is underway, what has stood out to you in terms of the meaning of what is happening here?
Well, more than anything else, just having the head of state and really the sovereign of Canada here at a moment when Canadians are worried about their sovereignty. And as well being able to use the crown in a way that demonstrates Canada's diplomatic position in the world, and in a way that is also quite pivotal, I think, for many Canadians. I was struck by the fact that the audience here at the tree planting began singing "O Canada," and I think really demonstrating a certain pivotal weight of the moment.
The idea that Donald Trump might pick up on this, what is your sense of that?
I don't think we really know if the president is going to pay much attention at all. It may be mentioned to him, but I think just the very fact that Canadians feel that now the sovereign is here and has their back in a way is what really counts.
Rosemary Barton, and you weren't able to hear her when she was speaking earlier, but she was talking about the speech from the throne tomorrow. Obviously, it will take place in the Senate, that the king is expected to write perhaps a short introductory statement, and then it is the words of the government. What will you be watching for tomorrow?
I think more than anything else, words of support, words of affection, and I think that's the most that we should expect from the king. It's not really his place to say anything more pointed than that. It's not his place to be confrontational vis-a-vis any other country. But I think it's an opportunity for the monarch to express the importance of Canada as he sees it.
It is an interesting line because, of course, the words, most of them come from the government. But as you point out, there is a limit to how political that speech can be. Can you talk to me a bit about what we know about how things like that are negotiated?
Well, I suspect that what we have in this case is a communication between the Privy Council office, where the Canadian Secretary to the King works, with Buckingham Palace in terms of working out the finer points of what that speech may contain, being aware that since it's the monarch giving it, you want to be doubly careful about exactly how that's going to be perceived, because it's going to be broadcast really to the world. But in this case, I suspect there's also been the UK Cabinet Office trying to get their word in and trying to ask their Canadian counterparts to really be very careful, and we'll see just how much the Canadian government has taken that into account.
Perhaps in closing, Philippe, I'll just ask you, another interesting aspect of this is the fact that we have seen, he is, of course, the King of the United Kingdom, and the UK government has sought to be closer with the United States, while Canada seems to be seeking a bit more of a nuanced relationship with the Americans. Can you talk to me a bit about the tension around the King being used as a political tool by the United Kingdom, but also by Canada?
Well, I think understandably the United Kingdom maybe sees the king as largely theirs first and everybody else is second. We have a slightly different view, that it's a shared personal union that's co-equal. And we're really seeing that tension come to the fore in a way that we typically don't. But it does occur on occasion. And what we're seeing is really two different governments trying to use the king in their own particular way without embroiling His Majesty in controversy.
It's such an interesting time. I appreciate you taking the time to put it into context for us. Thank you, Philip.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Philip Lagasse of Carleton University. Adrian?
And Catherine, a big thanks to you as well. And to Philippe, as we were listening to you, we're watching obviously what's happening inside Rideau Hall. We have seen some of the journalists move into place. The shot has widened. And the reason why we're keeping an eye on it so carefully is because we don't have a precise time for when the Governor General and the King will sit down. So we're going to keep an eye on the shot. While we do, I just want to bring in Carolyn one more time. You were listening to Philip there. What do you make of what he said, perspective-wise?
Well, I agree that Canadians are recognizing the significance of the moment, the spontaneous singing of "O Canada," and also how this is a moment where King Charles III is being seen by the world at large as King of Canada. As so often when we think of King Charles and Queen Camilla and the royal family as a whole, we think of them in a British context, context in Buckingham Palace and Windsor Castle and Kensington Palace. And today we're getting to see them in a Canadian context.
Home again. Another
Yes.
home.
Yes, another home.
What's your sense of how the British media are perceiving this? Because I know they are calling you 24/7.
Yes, the British media, when there is a Canadian royal tour, they like to talk to Canadians about how the tour is being received. And there's been a lot of interest in the relationship between Canada and the monarchy, how much Republican sentiment there is in Canada compared to the other Commonwealth realms. And unlike Australia, we have never had a referendum concerning the future of the monarchy, as was the case in Australia in 1999. So there's questions about support for the monarchy in Canada, and also a lot of interest in historical royal tours and what makes them distinctly Canadian. And I've noted that as early as the 19th century, when Queen Victoria's daughter, Princess Louise, visited in 1878, as her husband had just been made Governor General, that Canadians were excited that royalty was going to be living in Canada, and loyalty to the Crown differentiated Canada from the United States. But by the same token, there were notes in the press at the time that Canadians were a democratic people, that the royal couple shouldn't expect court dress or people backing out of rooms. And Princess Louise endeared herself to people by saying, I wouldn't care if they came in blanket coats, and very much did not stand on ceremony. And then a third factor in terms of what makes a distinctive Canadian royal visit is engagement in Canadian pastimes, and we saw the dropping the puck at the street hockey game earlier today. But royalty in Canada have tried their hand at everything from, as we've seen, under ice diving with the diving suit, but also sleigh riding, skating, tobogganing, going camping and salmon fishing on the Cascapedia River in Quebec. And so there's such a wide range of different Canadian pastimes.
And so here we go. Excellent timing. Why don't we just have a look and a listen to the King and the Governor General at Rideau Hall.
The Canadians that came out with it, I think they're very happy to be able to just talk to you.
Well, sensitive.
Yeah.
Is there time for
We could sit here and
turn the lights off.
And that was that. When you're told it is a brief, I think sometimes they call it a photo spray. It is brief. They're not kidding. That is certainly not an Oval Office meeting. Let's just put it mildly there. So that was King Charles and the Governor General having a chat. They will go on to have more private chats away from the cameras, of course. But I can't imagine what they're going to talk about with the cameras there. But if you did hear her, she briefly said welcome home, which is of course the essence of what was in the message from the Governor General in her official statement, making your point, Carolyn, that just reminding people this is home, as it is in 14 other Commonwealth realms where he is the king as well. So why don't we take a little short break now? And I just want to... why don't you go refresh your tea? We'll be back in a moment. Well, hello again. The Royal Tour is underway in Ottawa with a couple of stops in the national capital ahead of private audiences with the Governor General and the Prime Minister. After their plane touched down, King Charles and Queen Camilla were formally greeted by the Governor General and Prime Minister right there on the tarmac. They then headed to Landsdown Park, where a market, some ball hockey, some live music awaited the royal duo, along with a pretty large crowd of Canadians hoping to get a glimpse of the couple and maybe a selfie. Prime Minister Mark Carney joined them on their journey, and next stop on the itinerary was Rideau Hall. There, Charles and Camilla took part in a tree planting ceremony. More than 150 commemorative trees can be found on the grounds of Rideau Hall, including a sugar maple planted by the royal couple back in 2017. So this is Charles's first visit to Canada since his coronation. One of the ways that event was marked here was through the creation of something called the King Charles III Coronation Medal. It aimed to award 30,000 people for making significant contributions to Canada or to a region of this country, or for making an outstanding achievement abroad that brings credit to Canada. And so I want to talk to Carolyn here, because atop Carolyn's beautiful suit is a King Charles III Coronation Medal. So we talked about it at the beginning. Congratulations to you. That is extraordinary. How did that come to be?
I received this medal at a ceremony at Queen's Park from Her Honor Edith Dumont, the Lieutenant Governor of Ontario. And there were all sorts of extraordinary people there, First Nations leaders, artists, community leaders. I have been speaking and educating about the history of the Crown in Canada for many years, and I'm just honored to be recognized. And I'm in such extraordinary company. There's so many Canadians who have received this coronation medal, who have contributed so much to their country and the wider world.
Well, you're in very good company. We have two Coronation Medal recipients also joining us right now. Sherry Benson-Podolchuk, a retired RCMP officer who has done some really critical work in the realm of workplace harassment and bullying. And Dean Melway, a Paralympic gold medalist, former executive director of the Canadian Wheelchair Sports Association, among many other things. Congratulations to you both. Those medals look fantastic. Sherry, can you tell us about when you found out you were being honored with the Coronation Medal? What immediately did you think?
Well, Adrian, it's a pleasure to be here. I have to say, I was totally surprised. I got the email and I thought, in my business, sometimes I get scam emails, and I thought, I called my husband who's in the military, and he goes, no, it looks legit. And sure enough, I went to get my award, and I was so honored and humbled, because it was just, well, first of all, I knew there was just a few awards, and I knew there's so many other people around me that do spectacular work that I felt for a few seconds, I thought, do I really deserve this? And then I started thinking about how my work has helped other people. And it felt really nice to be honored, to be recognized, and especially with this award, with our King Charles III coronation. I mean, I grew up with the Queen. I expected her to outlive all of us. So it was a real honor and a reflection of what everybody who got the award, the medal, how much they've done, and what a great community that they've created, either in their own community or globally. And it's just the ripple effect of good work, kindness, authenticness in wanting to make the world a better place. And so for me, it was just a total surprise, like, wow, I just won the lottery. And isn't this an amazing experience?
Fantastic. I feel like there's a current of humility that runs through all of you. You too, Dean. How did you find out?
I had a phone call from Rick Hansen, and Rick's a good friend of mine. We competed together way back in the years, and I've worked with his foundation for a long time. And he told me he was he was being invited to award 40 recipients in the accessibility area, and I was taken aback, because I didn't. I know there's so many people doing such great work. It was really a thrill and an honor to get that notification, and then we held an online ceremony with with the other 39 recipients that were involved in that particular part of it. So, great honor.
Dean, can you tell me a little bit about how you promote accessible sports? Because you've been doing this for a really long time.
Yeah, I grew up with polio from the age of 2, and I was never even involved in phys ed as I was growing up because they just didn't know what to do with me. So I really didn't get a chance to be involved in sport in any way. At university, I discovered there was wheelchair sport. I didn't even know it existed. I was at Waterloo University, and there was 5 cities in Ontario that actually had wheelchair sport teams. And so I was very thrilled to get involved, and in the process I was able to get involved not only in the sport itself. I competed in several sports actually, but for 10 years I ran the Canadian Wheelchair Sports Association as executive director. And so I kind of switched sports around at that point because I was not wanting to compete in the sports that were governed by that organization. So I switched from wheelchair basketball to wheelchair tennis and sledge hockey, which is now called Paralympic hockey.
Amazing. And Shelley, you know, we just gave a very brief line to the work you do, sort of dealing with workplace harassment and bullying. But can you tell people a little bit more about it?
Well, I experienced workplace bullying, sexual harassment pretty much my entire 20 years. And after surviving that and retiring, I thought, there was nobody out there to really help. And I thought, you know, almost getting close to suicide and all sorts of physical ailments. I decided that I'm going to take my story and I'm going to help other people. And so what I do is I help people who were like me in the workplace dealing with that and how they can still go to work, do a very good job, but have the right self-care tools to be able to come home to their family and be present. Because we cannot change people, we cannot change an organization, but we can change how we react, how we respond, and what we retain when we're dealing with bullying. And I thought, if I say nothing, then I'm part of the problem. If I speak up, and even though that made me a target, it was worth it because I wanted to be part of the problem. For your children, for my grandkids, for my nieces, my nephews, my family and friends, anybody who wanted to join the RCMP, try to make it a better organization so that they didn't have to experience that. And I thought once I started to heal, I thought I will be doing that, addressing workplace bullying till my very last breath. And I would like to say today's the day when I can retire, and no, it's not. Unfortunately, we still see it. We're having problems down south. We have problems in our community. There's still bullying. And I think the more people who are aware of it, that are willing to speak up, we can create a positive world where we may not be able to change people, but we can make it uncomfortable for bullies to say anything and harm other people in our community.
Good for you, for both of you. One last very quick thought to you, Dean. I'm just curious, when you see the King here coming to deliver the throne speech, what do you think about?
Well, it makes you proud to be a Canadian, and it makes you proud to know that we're in a Commonwealth. And because of that, you know, it takes away sort of the scary fears of the U.S. trying to come in and dominate Canada and make us a state. So really excited that reinforces that sense of not only we're a great sovereign nation, but we're part of a greater Commonwealth.
Excellent. Dean, Shari, thank you both very, very much. And congratulations on your award. There's now no doubt to anybody listening to you why it is you got those awards. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So our Omar Debegi Pacheco, host of CBC Ottawa, caught up with another Coronation Medal recipient at Lansdowne Park. He was a busy guy today. Omar?
So Adrian, I'm here with Eileen. And Eileen, first of all, what time did you get here? How close did you get, and what were you hoping to happen today?
I think got here about 12, something like that, and I just was positioned right there, and the security guy said they would be walking through here. So I thought, well, that's good, because there was already a crowd over there. So I thought, we'll get them going through. But they didn't go through, but they went around the U here.
You had your sign out and everything?
My sign up to try and get his attention. I think it was Camilla who saw it first. And he acknowledged it, and I had the medal there.
You brought the medal. Let's take a look at that. Can you show it to us?
Yes, so he could see what I had received. And he looked at the medal, looked at me, and he said, "I'm so glad the system works. Congratulations!" Like, yeah, it was so neat, so neat.
What were you feeling in that moment? That was once in a lifetime opportunity.
Absolutely. I mean, getting the medal, I still get tears about it. It's totally overwhelming, totally honoring. Very honored by it, very humbling. I volunteer with CNIB guide dogs. Before them, I was 20 years with another guide, doing other guide dogs. And yeah, they just acknowledged what I've done for guide dogs and for the blind. So very humbling, because I look after dogs. I mean, it's wonderful. What else could I want? The rewards of seeing the people with their dogs.
Where does that emotion come from? I mean, I know you just met the king, whose face is emblazoned on that medallion, but like, what's the feeling for you as that's happening?
There aren't words for it. There really aren't words for it. Getting the medal is incredible. I mean, it's still, it's sinking in all the time. An amazing medal. I'm on a once-in-a-lifetime thing.
In a list of your memories in a lifetime, where does this memory sit?
Oh, up here. Yeah, definitely. And for my kids too. I mean, they're, we're totally blown away with it.
I bet you didn't expect that to happen today.
Absolutely not. No, I thought if I'm lucky, this is why I thought I have this, I'll be in the distance somewhere, and at least he'll see it and I can sort of wave, and at least he knows that his medals have been received and very much appreciated and honored by it. So that I never thought that I would actually get to shake hands with him. So,
Eileen, thanks so much for sharing that with us.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A wonderful afternoon.
Thanks. And so there you have it, Adrian. I mean, a lot of people with stories like that, they came here not really knowing what to expect, if they'd be able to get up close, if there'd be, because, I mean, the lineup went way far back there, right? So a few people had the chance to really get up close, and for a lot of people, I think something happened that they did not expect would happen today, and a lot of emotion around that for sure.
That's fantastic. Thank you, Omar. As we take a short break, let's head out onto the streets where the National set off with an envelope and a question to see what Canadians had to say to the King.
What would you tell the King about Canada today? The King, King Charles?
Oh boy. Things could be better. I guess politically speaking. I don't know.
The USA might take you over. You don't know. But Trump is a pretty insistent guy.
And there you go. Look what happens when you come back from commercial. That is the Prime Minister and the King back in Rideau Hall. Let's see if we can hear anything.
It's our honor to have you here. What I find
All right.
And there you go again, the very quick photo spray in Rideau Hall. So now they will have a meeting away from the prying eyes and ears of microphones and cameras. While they are doing that, we have some important business to tend to here. And I want to introduce you to someone. This is Sergeant Blair Nash of the Royal Canadian Dragoons, who was at the airport this afternoon in his role as the Arrival and Departure Guard Commander. Sergeant Nash, it is fantastic that you are here. I cannot be every day that you get to have the sort of experience that you had today.
Well, thanks for inviting me, Adrian. Yeah, this has definitely never happened in my career. It's quite a unique opportunity, not only for myself, but for my regiment, the Army, and the Canadian Armed Forces as well, because we have great linkages and ties to the monarchy.
So your title is interesting, right? The Arrival and Departure Guard Commander. What does that mean?
That's just the small part of this larger operation that was tasked to me. So yeah, my team, we're working at the airport to greet the King and also to see him off tomorrow. But there's many other components involved with this, from the Guard of Honor by the RCR during their parade tomorrow, the Army Band, and so many other pieces involved. That's just my small piece and to contribute to this trip.
So the Dragoons, for people who may be watching tonight, we've explained that it's sort of the senior armored regiment, right, for the Canadian Armed Forces. There's so much history there. There's so much history in what we're looking at here with your extraordinary helmet. Can you tell me a little bit about that and about the Dragoons?
Yes. So our helmet and even the entire uniform goes back with our lineages to the British cavalry units. Back into the 1880s and even earlier. This helmet is totally brass, a very, very close replica to historic helmets. It's real horsehair on the helmet as well. And the members who have this uniform, they take care of the horsehair, like wash it with shampoo and conditioner, hairspray, straightener, just like anybody with long hair would. And we spend time polishing the helmet to make sure it's nice and shiny and looks the best.
How much does it mean to you to be with the Dragoons?
It means quite a bit. My grandfather was a Dragoon in World War II and afterwards. My brother serves in the Royal Canadian Navy, and so it's great to be part of the same regiment as my grandfather and contribute to the Canadian Armed Forces and to the people of Canada.
Do you feel a pull towards the armed forces now? We often talk about recruiting and challenges and getting people to get on board. Do you feel like that's changing at all?
I feel like, especially with an event like this, with the national and international coverage, the historic nature of the event as well. This is only the third time that the reigning monarch has delivered the speech from the throne. So with this publicity, I think it could be a great thing for recruiting and getting more, and even just regular Canadians involved in government and that sort of thing. Really, when I enlisted, like there was only one job, one unit that I could be a part of, and it worked out well that I could be a member of the Royal Canadian Dragoons.
What was the coolest moment for you today?
It's very hard to pick one. Even though our piece was small today, but like myself, my position, I got to lead my team out and line the red carpet, and I was the first one right at the bottom of the stairs when the King got off the plane. So it was an awesome opportunity. I would say it's a once-in-a-lifetime one, but we're going to do it again tomorrow when he gets back on the plane to leave.
Fantastic. Did you make eye contact? Did you acknowledge him? Did he acknowledge you?
I looked, but he didn't spend too much time at the airport. His schedule is very busy, and he just kind of passed through. But just the opportunity to be so close and just to be part of the event, because it's such a historic and monumentous occasion for the Canadian Armed Forces and for the people of Canada.
Okay. Listen, thank you you come from a family who have served this country for a long time. That's an incredible legacy to hang on to, and thank you for that as well. I just want to, I'll come back to you in a moment, but I just want to let you know that a few moments ago we brought you pictures of the King's audience with Prime Minister Mark Carney. Our camera caught up with Carney just a little earlier as he greeted Canadians at Lansdowne Park. So here's some of what he had to say as he made his way through the crowds.
You've got a lot of work ahead of you, don't you?
We got a lot of work. Well, we do have a lot of work ahead of us, but it's going in the right direction. We've got the right plan. So
great to hear.
So it's a good day for Canada.
It's not raining.
It's not raining. The sun is shining. The future is bright. The land is strong.
All right. So that was Mark Carney today. I just wanted to thank you properly, Sergeant Nash, for being there, for being here, for doing what you're doing, and I hope you have fun tomorrow. Hope you lock it in your memory bank.
No, it'll be impossible to forget, Adrian. It's a great privilege to do this for His Majesty, and it's been great to be in the public eye and supporting the Canadian Armed Forces and talking with you today.
Good for you. Enjoy it.
Thanks, Adrian.
Sergeant Nash, thanks very much. So a question to our friend Catherine Cullen, who is still at Rideau Hall, as they are having now private meetings. And I'm curious, so far so good, I would say, for Prime Minister Mark Carney. What does this day mean for him, Catherine?
I mean, certainly it is a moment where there is so much attention on the country and the country's sovereignty, I think, in a way that I think this is largely, it's hard to see this as anything other than largely political upside for him. The thing I would say, he used a weather metaphor a moment ago in that clip with Ashley. He was speaking to a member of the public, and he was saying, sunny skies right now. And I hate to beat a weather metaphor over the head, but it started to rain at one point today, Adrian, right? And this is a meaningful moment for Mark Carney. He was the governor of the Bank of England. Rosemary was talking earlier about his own family connection with Kensington Palace. He understands these institutions perhaps in a way that some Canadians do not, and this is something that he wanted to see happen. We know it's the result of his conversation with the King when he went over for a visit in his very first days as Prime Minister before the federal election. So this is him pushing his agenda forward, drawing attention to the speech from the throne. It is his government's agenda. That said, this is the very beginning of a government mandate, and one that, again, that clip pointed to, and Mark Carney has said himself, is very ambitious. They want to get a lot done. I mean, he talks about speeds that have never been seen, and doing things that, in ways that we haven't seen done in generations. He is setting the bar incredibly high for bringing the country together, changing our economic and security relationship with the United States, changing our security relationship with the world, changing Canada's economy, the involvement of artificial intelligence, building, be it new pipelines or sources of clean energy. There is a lot Mark Carney wants to get done. So yes, a moment to bask in some positive attention for the country, something many Canadians are likely to appreciate. Days like this are not fundamentally what governments get judged on. And so it is the work that lies before him, the work he has pledged to Canadians to do in the last election, and the work that he will lay out tomorrow to do as well. I did want to note one other thing, Adrian, related to the King's activities. We've had a note come through that in addition to those audiences with the Governor General and with the Prime Minister, the King will also be holding an audience with national Indigenous groups. So the leaders of the Métis Council, of ITK, Natan Obed, the Inuit organization. You spoke with Natan earlier in the program, as well as the AFN, because that is, of course, another important part of the story of Canada, the Crown's relationship with the Indigenous peoples.
That is fantastic news. It is something that they were talking about earlier and hoping would happen, even though it's a 24-hour visit. That this is happening is that will be important. All right, Catherine, thank you very much. We wanted to tell you about a special story. Yeah, I think you've heard me nattering about it today, but it's a story we've been working on for the National tonight about a group of women who often get called the Coronation Girls. That's because they were teenagers in 1953. They were sent on a trip to celebrate the Queen's coronation, 7-week tour of the United Kingdom, a gift to all of them, some of whom had never left their towns. Take a look at this preview clip.
Carol Shipley says even the way it all started was a bit of a shock. 1953, 50 girls from every province and territory nominated by their high schools to be part of an extraordinary 7-week trip to tour the UK, to be right there on Oxford Street to see the young Queen at her coronation. All of this sponsored by Canadian businessman Garfield Weston.
A man ahead of his time, because he recognized that when you offer young people an opportunity like this, it can be transformative. He was wanting to strengthen bonds between the UK and Canada.
You must have felt a little bit like a type of royalty yourself.
It was kind of a fairy tale, you know.
Young women celebrating the coronation of a young queen. As she went on to live her storied life, they moved on too. Had relationships, kids, careers, largely losing contact with each other until the early 2000s, when Carol started searching for them all and for those long dormant friendships.
So, and this is the list, the original list that you used to sort of be the sleuth to find everybody.
Yeah. That just kind of lit, the fire lit. And so the reunions just kept happening.
So Carolyn, full confession, before I spoke with these women, I didn't know anything about the Coronation Girls. I feel like this is an element of our history that we might have lost.
Yes, often when we think about the coronation, we think about the people who were there close at hand at Westminster Abbey, or those who were watching it on television. And we don't always think about the thousands of people who descended on London to be along that parade route, to see the young Queen go to Westminster Abbey to be crowned. There was a great deal of optimism in the air. It was described as the new Elizabethan age, as there was this young sovereign who'd come to the throne at the age of just 25. And for many young women, this was an inspiration. And Queen Elizabeth II's grandson, Prince William, has actually looked back at that moment when his grandmother came to the throne and just said she was extraordinary to be 25 and to be stepping into a political career at a time when so few women were in the top roles in public life. So for many young women at the time, Queen Elizabeth II was such an inspiration, and she was very close in age to these Coronation Girls who were just a few years younger and coming to London for the festivities.
And in talking with them, it's been interesting, and I've heard this from another people. I think we've talked about this before, how people of a certain generation have gauged their lives by the Queen. So when she was married, when she had children, as she had health issues, they sort of found parallels in their lives. And so some of these women are saying that their friendships and this experience taught them about living, but also about dying.
Yes, it's true that many of the milestones in Queen Elizabeth II's life, when she married Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, in 1947, this was very much part of that wave of post-war marriages. And the future Queen had been in the Auxiliary Territorial Service, and Prince Philip had been in the Royal Navy. So the crowds gathered to see the young couple on the balcony after the wedding sang, you know, "All nice girls love a sailor," as it was just seen as that moment of people coming back from war, the weddings, the baby boom that followed. And so for Prince Charles and Princess Anne, they're part of that immediate post-war generation. But the Queen and Prince Philip were part of that generation who lived through the war and were very much shaped by that.
That's amazing. All right, thank you. We've been talking about symbolism, imagery, signals from the monarchy. One thing we were looking for, and we found, whether the Queen would be wearing a particularly meaningful piece of jewelry. As we discovered, as we saw right away, she is. Here's some more about that iconic brooch chosen by the Queen for her first official visit to Canada.
Look at that. The maple leaf brooch, forged in platinum, adorned with diamonds. Back in 2022 in Windsor Castle, we saw it up close by rare special permission.
This is from the Queen's private jewelry collection. It's come from her apartment.
Gifted by King George VI to his Queen to mark their visit here in 1939. A favored piece ever after, given to her daughter Elizabeth, future Queen, on her first Canadian visit in 1951. It's been worn prominently many a visit since by her and later by other royals, including the Queen Consort herself. No symbol of the royal family's deep, multi-generational connection to Canada is worn closer to the heart.
Queens and princesses will be wearing that hundreds of years hence.
So let's head back to Lansdowne Park, where the royal couple stopped by earlier today. Crowds cheered and waved as King Charles and Queen Camilla spoke with a select crowd of Canadians invited to the event. And Charles took part in a street hockey puck drop, also met some food vendors. So among them was Ahmad Altuel, the owner of the Falafel Guys. And Ahmad joins us now live from Lansdowne Park. Ahmad, congratulations. You just met the King and Queen.
Yes.
What was that like for you?
Yes, hi, how are you? Good afternoon. I feel so happy, the great day for my life today, yes.
Ahmad, I gather you spoke to the King about Syria, right? What did you say?
Yes, exactly. My king, he asked me for where are you from? I tell him I'm from Syria, and he tell me I'm happy for Syria, for change. Yes.
That's excellent. We know that you make fantastic falafels. Was the king or maybe the queen able to eat some of the food you were making?
Yes, the king and the queen, they ask me what you have. I tell him I have fresh falafel and fresh bread, but no, we don't try.
Okay. Ahmad, you left Syria during a terrible time to come here to Canada. What is your feeling about being in Canada? How are you here?
I'm so happy. I'm here for my kids, and we're so happy. We like Canada. Yes.
Do you still dream of Syria sometimes?
Every day. Yes. My body here, but my heart there.
I'm sure. Do you feel like you will see it again?
Yes, exactly. Yeah. This is my dream.
I bet. Ahmad, I'm so happy for you today, for your experience today. And I've never been to the market, but if I go, I'll find you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for everything. Thank you.
Okay, shukran. Thank you. That is the amazing Ahmad Altuel from the Landsdown Farmers Market, who met King Charles and Queen Camilla today. Some of many people who will walk away with memories of a moment. We're just going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. You're watching special coverage of the royal visit to Canada. And in case you missed what's been happening, here's a quick recap. King Charles and Queen Camilla touched down in Ottawa 3 hours ago now. They were greeted by Governor-General Mary Simon and Prime Minister Mark Carney. This is Charles's first visit to this country since becoming monarch. They made a stop at Landsdown Park in Ottawa, where they took time to chat with Canadians. They are now at the Governor-General's official residence of Rideau Hall, where they've taken part in a tree planting ceremony. And the King is now holding official audiences with both Mary Simon and Prime Minister Mark Carney, as well as some Indigenous leaders. Now, Catherine Cullen, you are at Rideau Hall. You were at you were at the airport early this morning. You are everywhere. And as you've been through the weather patterns and the official events, I'm just wondering, what's your sense of how this day has gone so far?
You know, Adrian, I was trying to think about the moment that stood out the most for me. And I do think it was that moment when the crowd spontaneously began singing "O Canada" here at Rideau Hall, around the time of the ceremonial tree planting. And I thought so much of this day, there is so much talk of sovereignty, of symbolism, of identity. The King, he is our head of state, but that moment of singing "O Canada," it is a reminder that the Canadians are the actors. This question of what our national identity is, what Canada means in the world, within the boundaries of our country, these are very much things that we decide. And this comes back to a conversation that we're very familiar with in politics about the idea that democracy needs to be a verb. It's not just something that Canadians go and do. They vote once every 4 years for their various levels of government, and then you move on with it, right? The essence of this moment, this defining our nationhood, thinking about it, making these decisions, it is something we do, much like people chose to break into song to sing the national anthem in the presence of the King. And so thinking a bit about that and how we are ultimately the ones who will define what Canada is, even as the visit of the King of Canada reminds us of these symbols and the questions and discussion and reflection about what Canada means.
I like that a lot, the notion of democracy as a verb. We talk about that sometimes around Remembrance Day, that remembrance is also a verb, that these things require intentionality and action and responsibility. So thank you very much for everything today. I know we'll be talking soon. And briefly, my friend Carolyn Harris, thank you for being with us today.
Thank you.
An image that stands out for you of this day?
Image that stood out for me that day was those enthusiastic crowds all gathered at Lansdowne Park, and we saw people of all backgrounds in Canada coming together to celebrate the moment. And we see that King Charles III is a popular monarch here in 2025. There were a lot of questions at the end of Queen Elizabeth II's reign. Could anyone else step into her shoes after 70 years? And some people wondered how King Charles III would do, and we see here that he has connected with Canadians very well and will continue to do so.
That's great. Thank you for all of your insights today. Really appreciate it. And thanks to all of you for joining us today as the King and Queen kick off this royal visit. It's a short one, just 24 hours, but also significant. This is, of course, Charles's first trip here as king. He was invited to come here by the newly minted Prime Minister at an unprecedented and, for many Canadians, deeply worrying time. All Donald Trump's talk about the making Canada the 51st state has this country thinking very hard about what it means to be Canadian and what sets us apart from our neighbors. So what you're seeing today, what you will see tomorrow when Parliament is opened by a monarch for only the third time in our history, will certainly shine a light on some of that. We'll be watching along with all of you. The world will be watching too. We'll see you then.
Hi there, this is a special early edition of Power and Politics. I'm David Cochrane in Ottawa, where the King is in the capital to formally open Canada's Parliament. King Charles and Queen Camilla landed here this afternoon for a historic visit. Tomorrow, Charles will deliver the speech from the throne, after which Prime Minister Mark Carney will begin to deliver on his promises, and he promises to do it at a breakneck speed. It's a brand new parliament with a brand new speaker charged to oversee a short but busy spring sitting.
We are going to be very, very busy in the next few weeks. But we are going to be very, very busy in the next few months. We are going to be very, very busy in the next few years. We're going to have to do things previously thought impossible at speeds not seen in generations.
As Carney gets to work, Liberal MP Francis Scarpaleggia was elected Speaker, and by tradition, he was dragged to his chair by the Prime Minister and the opposition leader Andrew Scheer instead of Pierre Poilievre, who must now lead his caucus from outside Parliament. Power and Politics starts right now. And we begin this early edition of Power and Politics with Manitoba Premier Rob Cano, who is here with me in studio ahead of attending the speech from the throne tomorrow. Premier, it's good to see you in person. Thanks for being here, sir.
Thanks for having me.
It's going to be a significant day, a brand new parliament with a new agenda and a speech delivered by the King. First time Canada's monarch has been here for this type of an event since 1977. What are your thoughts on what you're going to witness tomorrow?
Well, it's historic. It's a very significant moment. I think Canadian pride is at an all-time high. We've just come through a period of reckoning our relationship with the United States of America, and we've rallied around the flag. So to have the head of state here to deliver the throne speech for a new government, where Canadians have been engaged at the highest level since recent memory is great. But on a more lighthearted note, you know, the clip you showed of the speaker being dragged to the throne, the reason why that happened is because in British Parliament, time was the speaker would have to say some things that the King didn't like, and the King was not as, let's say, merciful back then with the speaker. And so being dragged into the speaker's chair often was the last appointment that British speakers ever got. So hopefully the King is going to treat our speaker in a much more generous, magnanimous fashion.
I think 6 or 7 speakers are actually beheaded at different stages.
I was trying to skirt around the issue.
I don't think Francis Scarpaleggia is facing that from King Charles, but you know, Henry VIII was enthusiastic about it, though, and sometimes after they were done on the job. But look, that's the history of it. The throne speech tomorrow is about the immediate future for the country and the agenda that the Prime Minister is promising to deliver on. What do you want to see as a fellow First Minister in the speech tomorrow as King Charles lays out essentially Mark Carney's agenda?
Well, I think there's 2 things. I think tone-wise, partnership, collaboration. I think for the past 6 months, premiers have really helped to lead Team Canada. And now that there's clarity coming out of the election and Mark Carney has a mandate, I'd like to have that partnership, that working together to advance Team Canada continue. Then when we move over to policy, I think the economic issues have to be the priority. At the same time, we're dealing with a conversation nationally coming out of the election. And what I would say is, if we sit around talking about politics, it's going to be like the family dinner table. We're always going to be arguing. But if we get down to work and we choose some economic projects to build the country, that's how we bring people together. So for us in Manitoba, we want to help our Western Canadian neighbors get their resources to Tidewater. We've got a port in northern Manitoba. So let's work together around ideas like that, so that we can put shovels in the ground and build the country up rather than looking in the rearview mirror.
You talk about partnership. Obviously, I don't sit at the First Minister's table, but from the outside looking in, when people like you come out and speak to people like me, there does seem to be a unity of purpose at this First Minister's table with Prime Minister Carney. How would you actually describe the dynamic there?
Yeah, no, I think the premiers understand what it's like to be a premier. And so there's a certain amount of understanding for our peers around the table, whether you're a New Democrat, a progressive conservative, a liberal, or even one of the territorial nonpartisan premiers. So looking ahead to next week when we get together with the Prime Minister for our formal First Ministers meeting, I think you're going to see a unity of purpose. I know we just came out of a meeting with the Western premiers last week, so BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan, the territories, and us. And we're going to be at the table with a very clear ask. Here's how we can build a corridor across Western Canada that's really going to power the Canadian economy. So there is that unity of purpose, and I think what I'm hearing from this government so far is an openness to collaborate, the willingness to cooperate. And so if we can build that up, I think Canada's going to be able to take advantage of the window of opportunity that's open right now.
I know you've talked about building the transmission line to Nunavut and opening up the port of Churchill, these sorts of things.
Yeah.
But I wonder, when you talk about this corridor and policy and an economic partnership, what is it you're hoping to see? Because we've heard a lot of, and I don't want to dismiss the rhetoric, but it's been rhetorical promises to move on things. We haven't seen actual decisions on the big projects and the big spends just yet.
Yeah, so we've been working really hard in Manitoba, getting the First Nations and Indigenous nations on side, because I think a lot of money has been sitting on the sidelines for resource projects in Canada because of a lack of clarity about what the duty to consult means, about what does true engagement with Indigenous nations mean. So I think part of our value proposition when we show up at the Premier's table, when we show up with the federal government as Manitoba, is to say, we think we have a model where we can get things done, we can get the shovels in the ground more quickly. And then, of course, I think there's a lot of opportunity. Western Canada is a driver for a huge part of our Canadian economy. But if we build something in the West and we use steel from other parts of the country, we use icebreakers from Ontario or Nova Scotia or Quebec, I think there's a lot of ways we can, that maybe we're powering the, feeding the refineries in New Brunswick. I think there's a lot of ways we can make this into a truly nation-building project.
But do you expect, if not final decisions, directional signals by the meeting next week in Saskatoon? Because on what sort of thing? Like the Western Corridor, because there are these projects of national interest they've asked you for. Do you think we're going to get real clarity on those a week from now?
I think we will. And what I would say is that the Western Corridor that includes hitting northern tidewater in Manitoba is a nation-building project, but it's also a national unity project. If we can send a message to Alberta, to Saskatchewan, that we're serious about building up the economy and ensuring that they can expand their provincial economies at the same pace that the rest of the country can, I think that's how we bring people together.
Is it a pipeline to that port? Is that what you're
I think a pipe is probably a part of it. For us as Manitobans with clean hydroelectricity, exporting hydropower to Saskatchewan and Alberta is a huge opportunity for us. But if there's a pipe there, you know, we'd be open to hearing the pitches from the private sector. What good makes sense? Is it an energy product? Is it something novel like maybe hydrogen or even a potash slurry? Let's have that conversation. I think the message is we're open for business. There's a window of opportunity right now. How can we work together to build up Canada?
So on that, you know, to get that Western economic corridor going, what would you like to hear specifically on that in the speech tomorrow, and certainly from the Prime Minister directly a week from now?
I think all of the directional signals, to use the term that you've shared here, hitting northern tidewater at Hudson Bay, name-checking Churchill, name-checking northern Manitoba is a good signal. Sending a message that the Arctic is a part of that, whether it's a specific mention of Gray's Bay or more broadly just that the territories are a part of this thing, sending a message that the energy in Western Canada is valued. I think those are what I'll certainly be watching for, and I think what many of the Western premiers will be watching for too.
David Eby, though, the Premier of British Columbia, had suggested there's so much opportunity for Western Canada, and that's where the economic future is for this country over the next number of years and decades, that the talk of separation, it unsettles it. Already it's maybe creating uncertainty for capital. What are your views on that?
Well, I want not just a nation-building project, but a national unity project. And if we say we can build something to make sure that every Canadian, including every Albertan, is going to have a more prosperous future for the next 40 years, 50 years, I think that's how we do it.
What do you think the Prime Minister needs to do about the Alberta issue? You know, he was born in the Northwest Territories, but grew up in Edmonton, as he reminds us, and right now he's facing a challenge there that a Prime Minister has to deal with directly.
Well, he can start with something that I will never do, which is wear an Edmonton Oilers jersey.
Well, last time we spoke, you had a Jets jersey on. It didn't go too well.
I'm still singing my healing song at home about that. But, you know, I think there's that maybe more like soft power kind of friendly stance towards Alberta. But realistically, Alberta has an energy economy and they're looking to find tidewater. So let's work together and send a message that there's a place for that in Canada, and we can do it the right way. We can do that with respect for the environment. We can do that with respect for our national economic interests, and we can do that that's inclusive with Indigenous nations as well too.
Soft power won't be enough, though, right? Like, don't you think there needs to be
comes down to money, right?
Yeah, well, it needs a proof
money.
point, right?
Yeah.
Something's got to change for that to change.
And so I think the money would come in two ways. One is the economic opportunity for Western Canada. We're building jobs. We're making investments. But two, it's, you know, the federal government has a larger purse in most of the provinces. And if they make an investment that signals seriousness to Western Canada, I think that'll go a long way too.
On the project that you've talked about each time you've been on the last little while about the transmission line and opening up the port in Churchill.
Yeah.
What kind of dollar amounts are we talking about here? Because there's a lot of big projects coming up and none of them are cheap, Premier, as I'm sure you know.
And that's kind of the point, though.
Yeah, I get it.
So we've been investing maybe $30 million a year alongside the federal government with the Churchill project. But I think this next phase, you're talking like $30 billion, $50 billion. That's a lot of boots. That's a lot of hard hats. That's a lot of people working. And the real question is, how do we get the private dollars that are sitting on the sideline right now into the game to bankroll something like that? I think part of it is regulatory certainty, which of course will want regulatory equity in response to that, but also a signal from the federal government that they're going to green light, that they're going to invest, and that they're going to make sure that the environment is such that the private sector can succeed.
So if you get everything you want as a final point on the signals and the alignment, because right now you take people at their word until you're proven wrong. Sure. That's where they want to go with it. Does Canada have the workers to do all of these things? If Doug Ford gets what he wants, Daniel Smith, Scott Moe, Wab Canoe, like, there is not a surplus of skilled tradesmen sitting around this country ready to go.
But that's how you send a message. You bid up the price of labor, wages go up, kids in high school decide that they want to pursue a red seal and go to work building these big projects. And if we're talking about getting everything we want, well, Stanley Cup for the Winnipeg Jets too. I'll put that at top of my list.
Well, he might get you an Oilers Cup this year, but there's no way it's going to be the Jets. Manitoba Premier Wab Canoe, appreciate your dire Jets enthusiasm. Appreciate your time. Thank you, sir.
Thanks so much.
Well, it was a busy day to kick off what's likely to be a very busy spring sitting. We've got reporters standing by to take us through Parliament's return next. King Charles and Queen Camilla began their historic royal visit this afternoon after landing in Ottawa. The King was greeted at the Ottawa airport by Indigenous drummers and a large crowd of well-wishers. He made 2 public appearances today, first at Landsdown Park and then at Rideau Hall. Tomorrow, the King will deliver the government's speech from the throne, the first time a monarch has read the speech since 1977. The CBC's Catherine Cullen is the host of the House podcast. She joins us now from Rideau Hall. So, Catherine, a significant day, a historic day. Well, what stood out for you on the first leg of the royal visit today?
I think one of the first things that comes to mind, David, is this question of to what extent would Canadians embrace this visit? And just in terms of the crowds that came out everywhere that we saw the King today. So at the airport, yes, it was a select crowd, but a significant crowd at Landsdown Park, a significant crowd here at Rideau Hall for the ceremonial tree planting. It does seem that there's some enthusiasm amongst Canadians to welcome King Charles. We know that this visit is so fundamentally about something political, right? This question of Canada's national identity, Canada's sovereignty in the face of Donald Trump's 51st state threats. And so some of the hallmarks of a royal visit that we might be used to seeing, everything from the flag to the RCMP. We saw the King holding up the maple syrup today, the ceremonial puck drop at that street hockey game. All of that does take on a little bit of an additional meaning, this being an opportunity for Canadians to reflect a little bit on some of the markers of our national identity. What does it really mean to be Canadian? And sort of putting that Canadianness out there in the world at this time where that might feel a bit infringed upon or stepped upon by Canadians. I did think it was quite a lovely moment when the King was wrapping up the ceremonial tree planting. He was going around shaking hands with folks. The crowd burst into a rendition of "O Canada." We also heard "God Save the King." You know, the extent to which people, yes, a select group who have taken the time to come and see him, but do seem to be embracing this visit. I'm not sure that that's the mood across the country, but the sense of seizing on to our national identity, I do think that is certainly Mark Carney's attempt to meet this moment that Canada is facing.
It's a short visit, Catherine, a little over 24 hours. What can we expect to see? I mean, obviously the main event is tomorrow with the speech from the throne, but what do we expect to see for the rest of the monarch's time here?
Yes, and so there will be that he will be traveling by Landau through the streets of Ottawa to the Senate for the speech from the throne, which does in so many ways anchor this trip. That is what this is about, the opening of Parliament, the speech from the throne. He'll also be visiting the National War Memorial afterwards. In terms of parsing the meaning and the political significance, David, you know, there is the fact that a little bit of that speech, just the beginning, should be a few words from the King, his own words, not just the words of the government. So what message does he send? It's probably not going to be, hey, Trump, back off. That's not how the King rolls. But you know, what message does he send that speaks to the fact that he is the King of Canada, you know, Canada's sovereignty, solidarity with this country, which, you know, I'm sure you have heard it as well. At the time when these trade threats seemed most heightened, some Canadians have asked themselves, where are our friends, be they in the Commonwealth, elsewhere in the world? And so the King coming at this moment, it is a gesture of solidarity unto itself. What additional acts of solidarity do we see over the course of the remaining hours of this trip? You know, I think many people will be watching closely.
I think you're right. He probably won't say it, but if he did say, hey, Trump, back off, that would be international news. Sorry, Catherine. This is CBC.
We've got a lead. We got a clip.
This is CBC's Catherine Cullen. Thanks, Catherine. All right, well, there's also a new Speaker of the House of Commons. This morning, members of Parliament elected Liberal MP Francis Scarpaleggia to maintain order as the House referee.
I would remind members that we are at the beginning of a mandate in the selfish hope that you will afford me a little grace period.
I have much to learn from the members of this great House. I will make mistakes. I have no doubt that you will call them out for good reason.
Now, it might no longer be a requirement to stand up to kings and queens, but you may find yourself having to stand up to other offices of authority. And if such a moment presents itself, we trust you will stand with those speakers who came before you, who defended this institution on behalf of the people.
The CBC's Rafi Boudjikanian joins me now. So Rafi, Greg Fergus was the Speaker. He was seeking re-election, but here we are with Francis Scarpaleggia. How did he win this?
David, in a couple of words, Francis Scarpaleggia just outlasted others. So over the course of the weekend, some other folks who had their names in the ring, the Greens co-leader Elizabeth May, a couple of Conservatives, John Nader and Chris D'Entremont, who used to be Deputy Speaker, all withdrew their names. So by this morning, only Liberals were left in this race. This is a secret ranked ballot, so we don't know the margins of victory here for Francis Scarpaleggia, but I will say some Liberals I was speaking to on the Hill this morning while the votes were still being counted, they had his name on their lips. They said, you know, he could be the Speaker. He could win this thing. None of them told me how they voted because it is a secret ballot. And some colleagues spoke to Conservatives who said they were very happy with this choice of Scarpaleggia as Speaker. He's not a stranger to the idea of outlasting. He's been a Liberal MP since 2004, so, you know, he's been around longer than Justin Trudeau, the last Prime Minister. Now, that is in the very Liberal-friendly Lac Saint-Louis riding on Montreal's West Island, but still, you know, in the Montreal area, the Liberals were almost wiped out in 2011, and Scarpaleggia was one of those exceptions. He held on. He's never been a cabinet minister. He was chair of the Liberal caucus for a few years. He's also been in charge of committees, so he has some experience kind of trying to keep things under control, if you will.
Right. If he could survive the Dion and Ignatieff elections, then outlasting people is kind of a specialty for him. But look, Parliament wasn't working great when it was prorogued and then dissolved to go into the election. He's got some pretty big challenges that he's facing. Walk us through some of them.
Yeah, I mean, we're hearing from the opposition parties right now that they want to engage with the government in a spirit of cooperation. I'm not sure how long that could really last, because we're also hearing from the Conservatives that they want to kind of try to force or pressure the government into presenting or tabling a spring budget. The other opposition parties have now joined in on that. Both the NDP and the Bloc have said that that's what they would like to see. Of course, none of them have the power to do that, right? They cannot compel the government to present a budget sooner than it says it wants to, but it does suggest some rowdiness ahead, so that could be like the first test of Scarpaleggia's ability to keep things under control while having free and respectful debate. And, you know, tomorrow, May 27th, that's the one-year anniversary of the last time the Conservatives tried to oust Greg Fergus as Speaker, and they got the Bloc on side on that one, right? Only the NDP stuck with the Liberals, and the NDP are now reduced to 7 MPs. So if things get to a head again, well, the government may not have much in the way of allies.
Okay. Rafi, thank you so much. This is CBC's Rafi Boudjikanian. Well, the new Speaker, Francis Scarpaleggia, will now preside over a spring session that Prime Minister Mark Carney promises to be very, very busy, which means Rosemary Barton's going to be very, very busy. She's the CBC's chief political correspondent. Well, you know, why should this month be any different than the last 4? Look, Wab Kinew was just here. He's expecting like movement on some of the big stuff as soon as next week. I mean, what's your sense of what we're going to see with the throne speech, and as Mark Carney promises action, now's his chance to deliver?
Yeah, I think that Premier Canew's expectations are probably right, given the things that the Prime Minister has signaled. He was already working on some of these things before he named his cabinet even, right? He has a very clear vision for some of the things that he wants done. So certainly in that throne speech tomorrow, you will hear about the middle-class tax cut, which is sort of job number 1. But they're also talking about this other piece of legislation around the economy, one economy, that they want to get passed in the next 4 weeks as well. I imagine that will also be part of what they discuss with the premiers. And then the fact that premiers have come to him with these big national projects, it's very clear that the Prime Minister wants some of those things to start moving very quickly as well. So I think you'll get, you know, in large part sort of what we've heard from him over the past 10 days from the Prime Minister, and then maybe a little more in terms of the boldness or the you know, how big all of this is going to be in the next month. But I will say tomorrow is sort of when the rubber hits the road for the government, and particularly for the Prime Minister, in terms of, does your ambition match what a minority government can actually do? And that's sort of what we'll have to see.
Well, it's interesting because the mandate letter, the single mandate letter that got released, there's only 7 sort of priorities in it. So the list is short, but each one of those priorities is really broad and wide, right? So there, even though it seems like a more focused agenda than what we're used to seeing, boy, there's a lot jammed into that he's got to start delivering.
There's a lot jammed into that, and that mandate letter also instructed cabinet ministers to go away, come up with their own to-do list, and bring it back to him and say, here are the ways that I'm going to do or fulfill those 7 priorities you laid out. And it's worth remembering that one of those priorities is to look at ways to cut down on government operating expenses. So does that mean that we will start to see some of those trims and squeezes and tightening of budgets right away? It could very well, because the magnitude of some of these projects, as you were talking about with the Premier, the dollar figure behind them, that money's going to have to come from somewhere.
Right. This is the spend less to invest more slogan
That's
that we all had to sort of translate throughout the campaign. But if they want to slow the rate of spending of core government from the 9% it's been down to the 2% target, I believe it is, and balance it within 3 years, that needs to be of a significant order of magnitude to free up the kind of capital they're going to want to be able to do, because it is the one balance sheet, whether it's going to the Port of Churchill or whether it's going to the Department of Industry, right?
Yeah.
So just in the 60, 90 seconds we have left, do we expect anything to deviate from those 7 priorities tomorrow? It seems like it's kind of locked in, and then it's whatever the King decides to add as an ad lib to the front.
Yeah, I mean, it's 20 to 25 minutes long is what we're told the speech will be, which is short, and that's by intent, because, the King is having a health problem, so there is a desire to keep all of this fairly tight and controlled around him. It is going to be, as Catherine was talking about, largely about the symbolism of the moment. The King demonstrating what Canada is about, how it is different than the United States. I think that is as much a message for Canadians as it is for the President, who, remember, has not repeated those 51st state comments since the Prime Minister went down to Washington. Not saying he won't, but he hasn't for some time.
The ambassador's been very clear he wants it all gone.
Yeah, so that's very possible. I think what you will watch for is what the King says in his little introductory remarks, something about perhaps his affection for Canada, his mother's affection for Canada, the time that he's spent here. He's now on his 20th visit to this country. Even those things, I think, could go some way to sending a message to the United States about how this nation is different and sovereign in and of itself. It will be a remarkable moment. It's only happened 2 other times, right? So it is, in terms of political theater, an important coup for the Prime Minister.
Yep, the last time was 1977. I was 4 years old, and I went to see Star Wars in the theater.
All right.
That's our chief political correspondent, Rosemary Barton. We're going to have special coverage. Tune in tomorrow morning as the King delivers the speech from the throne. Rosemary, of course, is hosting special coverage starting at 9 a.m., and I'll be there with her on that big day. I'm David Cochran. Power and Politics continues next right here on CBC News Network. We'll be right back after this break.